Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A 13-year-old girl was killed and 3 people were injured and airlifted to care Monday after a plane crash in the Bighorn National Forest. Sheridan County Coroner Robert Byrd on Tuesday morning identified the girl as Amelia Palmer. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that she and 3 other family members were in a single-engine plane that crashed in the Bighorn Mountains late in the afternoon Monday.
This all happened very quickly. The plane leaves the airport at like 4 and it's down by 4:10. Very quick 8-minute flight, and then someone is calling 911 to say there's injured people in the mountains just before 5. So very quick, not like days of languishing there, but they did find the 3 survivors in serious condition and had to airlift them out.
The plane was a 1965 single-engine Piper Cherokee registered to a Sheridan man. Well, his whip-sharp sense of humor is what New York Times best-selling author Craig Johnson most remembers about actor Graham Greene, who died Monday at the age of 73 after a lengthy illness. Greene had more than 100 television and film credits to his name. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that he played several roles that were either filmed or set in Wyoming, including Malachi Strand, a major recurring villain on the hit television series Longmire, based on Johnson's books.
Craig Johnson only met Graham Greene once on the set of Longmire. He was Malachi Strand, the main bad guy, and Graham Greene played the character to the hilt. He really gave it everything he got, which Craig told me was really ironic because when you meet him, he was the most affable, likable guy. Diamond Lou Phillips introduced him as, "Hey, Graham, this is the creator," meaning the creator of the show. But Greene immediately leaped to creator of all life in the universe, right? And he's like, "Oh, I have some questions for you." Just deadpan kind of humor. And that's interesting because Craig, that's the kind of humor he has in his books.
Greene is probably best known for his role as Kicking Bird in Kevin Costner's 1990 film Dances with Wolves, which earned 12 Academy Award nominations, including Greene's nomination as Best Supporting Actor. A Cheyenne City ordinance preventing RVs and other oversized vehicles from parking on city streets takes effect again Saturday and will last until next summer. The Cheyenne City Council voted last December to implement the seasonal restriction. Cheyenne City Councilman Scott Roybal, who was a key supporter of the ban, told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that the issue has proven highly divisive among city residents.
The people that are enforcing this are saying that it is a safety hazard to have RVs in the road because they block visibility and they're also a obstacle for snowplows. But I spoke to some Cheyenne residents as well that feel that it's a little unfair. These streets are ours. We pay taxes for them. We should be allowed to park there because finding RV parking is kind of expensive. One person told me that this can cost upwards of $100 per month, and that can be a pretty prohibitive cost for an RV owner.
While the ban is lifted temporarily in the summer months, beginning 5 days before Memorial Day, it's reinstated again 5 days after Labor Day. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The last of summer isn't for another 3 weeks, but it's taking a shockingly large chunk of its daylight before it goes. After the autumnal equinox on September 22nd, Wyoming loses an average of 55 minutes a month. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that in the next 18 days, we'll lose about an hour and 10 minutes of daylight.
Between September and December, we lose several hours of daylight. But for the first 2 weeks of September, and really throughout the entire month of September, we lose daylight faster than we do at other points in the year. It's just because of the way the Earth is positioned and its point in its orbit with the sun. So it isn't just a feeling. We are losing daylight faster and faster, up to 3 minutes every day as we go through the month.
The loss of daylight will go hand in hand with the first bites of winter. Cooler nights, lower humidity, and the first snowfall of the season are all possible before summer's officially over. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show for Wednesday, September 3rd. We have an ID on the 13-year-old girl killed in the plane crash. All family members, the three other family members, were all life-flighted. At least two of them, if not all of them, to Billings Hospital. In that plane crash in the Bighorns, the 13-year-old, what a tragedy. We'll talk about who she is. Amelia Palmer, a rodeo star in the Treasure Valley rodeo scene, Miss Junior Rodeo, Idaho. This family was from Boise, from what I understand. Just tragic. The passing of Graham Greene is noted by Craig Johnson, who once got a chance to meet the famed First Nation actor. He played a bad guy in the television series Longmire, based on Craig Johnson's books. Craig, big fan, got to meet him on set. We learn more about the accused stabber in the Riverton incident, Alex Behan, 22-year-old. If you're parking your RV on the streets in Cheyenne, you better move it. It's coming up on 5 days after Labor Day. Are we already there? We're coming up on 5 days after Labor Day. I think you have until Saturday to get your RV off the street. Some people don't like this law. I don't mind it. Parking your junk out on the street. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Jackson, it's become a real problem. Jackson needs this law as well. Cheyenne bans the parking of large RVs, anything longer than 25 feet, 9 feet tall, 8.5 feet wide. You can't park it on the street. Summer, they let you from Memorial Day to Labor Day when you're likely using these toys. But beginning Saturday, the ban is back on. And a lot of people don't like it. We're losing daylight fast in September. Thanks for that update, Andrew. But it's true, we'll lose, I think, an hour in this month alone, and well over an hour by the time we get to the official beginning of autumn. President Trump's moving the U.S. Air Force Space Command from Colorado to Alabama, so Alabama loses a football game and gains a space station. That's a pretty good trade. Andrew Rossi talks about this Beartooth Highway accident. Ford Mustang seen taking a curve at a high rate of speed. He didn't make it. We got the video. You bet. Rollover. He's okay. Walked away from the accident, but he's probably got some bumps and bruises. He was cited for excessive speed, I believe. Sage grouse debate. The whole sage grouse management plan is being updated, rewritten. That's going on right now. We'll meet a one-ear elk named Van Gogh. Caught him in a trail cam. He looks pretty good. He's certainly curious about the camera. And we'll learn the fate of Tharl Smith, the 17-year-old. He's now 18, but 17 when he plunged a knife in the back of his sleeping mother. She woke up and said, "What happened?" And he said, "You have a knife in your back. I stabbed you." Oh, jeez. That was Sons Like This. Who needs enemies? Mule deer numbers still down, but trending up for the most part. And Game and Fish is fairly encouraged about the mule deer hunting season this year. Let's take a look at the weather forecast around the scene. Day weather. We're going to be another nice day. Beautiful, really. Some smoke, but smoke giving way to sun for the most part. Sunny in Casper, 81 the high. Riverton, some patchy smoke, otherwise sunny and 86. Sunny with a high near 81 in Evanston. Patchy smoke in Green River, otherwise sunny and 84. Pinedale, you might have to deal with a little smoke today. 78 and sunny, otherwise smoky in Alpine, with highs near 88. DuBois, a few patches of smoke. Slight chance of rain after 3, otherwise sunny, 77. Jackson, sunny, 83 today. Thermopolis, sunny, 86. Cody, 83 with plenty of sunshine. Buffalo, mostly sunny, 74. Sheridan, you'll hit 83 today with sun. Areas of smoke in Gillette, otherwise sunshine, 76. Newcastle, maybe smoky, 76 the high with some wind gusts. Torrington, sunny, 85. Douglas, sunny, 84. Cheyenne, mostly sunny, 79 the high, 76 in Laramie. And sunny in Rawlins with a high near 80. That takes you across the state, and really nice weather day. Enjoy it. Enjoy the sunshine while we have it. As Andrew Rossi says, the days are getting shorter, and that's because of bouncing a ball. At least that's how Andrew explained it. I didn't get it. Maybe we'll read it closer. Rossi says Wyoming will lose more than an hour of daylight before fall officially starts. Okay. An hour and 10 minutes to be exact. We lose an average of 55 minutes a month after the equinox, said Max Gilbreth, planetarium coordinator at UW of Wyoming. In the next 18 days, we will lose about an hour and 10 minutes of daylight, says Gilbreth. Really? Hour and 10 minutes in 18 days. When does... Oh, September 22nd is the beginning of autumn. The autumnal equinox. Well, that snuck up on us. Man, that was fast. The first half of September is the period of the year where we lose daylight the fastest. Okay, well, we're in it right now. And it's explained like this. I'm not sure I understand the comparison. As we approach the equinoxes, the Earth is moving at its fastest south or north. When you're at the apex of the next turn, you're moving the fastest. That's where the sun is right now, on the straightaway down to the next turn. So Max says, think of it like this. If you toss a ball into the air, it travels fast when it leaves your hand. It zeroes out when it reaches the apex. So when it's at the top of its toss, it's moving the slowest, if you were to measure it. Then it'll be fastest again as it returns to your hand. And that's where we are now, the return of the hand. Just before you catch the ball again that you threw up, it's traveling at its fastest again. So that's what the Earth is doing right now. It's like throwing a ball in the air. Yeah, but that's a lot of time to lose. Just by comparison, you're talking, a couple of minutes every day where the sun is coming up at a certain time, setting at a certain, there's that period of summer where the sunset is like the same time every night, just about barely moves like a minute. This is the time of the year where the sunset changes, in 5-minute increments. For instance, in Casper, on September 1st, 2 days ago, you see the sun coming up at 6:30. By the end of the month, September 30th, sun will come up at 7:01. Big difference. Sun was setting at 7:39 in Casper back on September 1. It now, on September 30th, will set at 6:47. It means a total of 1 hour and 23 minutes lost in the month for Casper. Yeah, that is astounding. Jackson loses 1 hour and 24 minutes. Where does the time go? Sunrise today going to be about 6:49. I'll be watching for that. Yeah. Oh, we shouldn't be surprised. It happens like clockwork, happens like calendar work every year as we approach the autumnal equinox. That's all explained in Andrew Rossi's story in the Cowboy State Daily. Colorado is apparently fuming over Trump's decision to move Space Command to Alabama. The Air Force wanted this, said Trump. I'm just doing what they wanted. U.S. Air Force Space Command moving from Colorado to Alabama. President Trump announced this Tuesday at a White House conference. Trump's also included a few remarks about college football. Of course, whenever you talk about Alabama, you got to talk about Bama. Roll Tide. If not, Auburn's not in the discussion this year. They're not even ranked. That's too bad. But Alabama's not looking too good either. The focus on the Space Command's relocation from Colorado Springs to Huntsville, the northern Alabama city with deep ties to NASA already, and private space ventures like Blue Origin and SpaceX. Those are the rocket ship dreams of tech billionaires Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Colorado Springs, meanwhile, is home to NORAD and other commands and aerospace operations. Trump's decision is right in line with the Air Force quest to move Space Command during the Biden administration. In 2021, U.S. Air Force made it clear they preferred to move the U.S. Space Command to Alabama. That's a statement from Senator John Barrasso. Barrasso continued today, President Trump put politics aside and honored the Air Force request for relocation. Barrasso continued, this is a win for our national security and the future of U.S. Space Command. Meanwhile, others say this is not a win and it puts the nation at risk, others being those in Colorado Springs. Colorado's Democrat-led establishment, including Governor Jared Polis, condemned the move. Polis said uprooting Space Command will weaken national security and readiness, waste taxpayer dollars, and inconvenience military families. Trump is just following out the wishes of the Air Force themselves, but I don't think he doesn't relish the opportunity to show Colorado something. He would like to stick it to Colorado as a state. That's the state where he accused them of rigging elections or making it easy to rig elections. The president criticized back in the day Colorado's mail-in voting system at length, saying it makes for automatically crooked elections. So while this may have nothing to do with getting back at Colorado, it may be following through on what the Air Force wants. Trump certainly enjoys the opportunity to, Auburn beat Baylor. Oh, okay. Whenever you talk about Alabama, you got to hit the Tide and the Tigers. Bama and Auburn. Auburn won. They beat Baylor 38-24. Meanwhile, then ranked 8th, Alabama lost their season opener to unranked Florida State, 31-17. President Trump did kind of poke fun at Alabama's college football scene, just showing off his knowledge of college football. Sean Barry has this story in the Cowboy State Daily. Colorado is fuming as Trump says he's moving Space Command to Alabama from Colorado Springs. That announcement made yesterday in a White House press conference and proving that President Trump was alive. Apparently, there were rumors. Trump hasn't been seen in a week. There were rumors he had died. Rumors spread, no doubt, by the Blue crew. Democrats speculating on whether Trump they even went as far as saying that Trump was using a stunt double to make casual appearances. They had a guy that looked like Trump out there golfing, but it wasn't really Trump, supposedly. I mean, so much fake news going on. If President Trump does not make a public appearance in 1 week, that's all it takes for Democrats to say he's died. And he's trying to hide it, and he's using a stunt double. And someone else is making inflammatory tweets. Because no matter what, even if Trump doesn't make a public appearance, he's on X. Or actually, he prefers his own platform. He's the only one on it, I think. Truth, Justice. What is his platform? He likes to go on. He's the only one on his whatever it is. He'll continue to make posts and crazy comments at like 2 a.m. But meanwhile, you won't see him golfing. You won't see him out at a tarmac somewhere on his way to and fro. And you won't see him at a press conference until yesterday. And he showed up to announce that he's moving the Space Command and to poke fun at the Tide. Let's take a break. Greg Johnson will be in, although he says he's not coming in. So I got 2 minutes to try to convince him. We'll be back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm watching this. This guy total his Ford Mustang. What a waste of a Mustang. Ouch. This dude appears to be reliving a scene from what do you call those movies where they drive fast? The Fast and Furious. Is he trying to do what they call a drift? And where you turn, you purposely are skidding like you're yawing. I guess they call it a drift. I just call it like losing the back end. He's taking this curve, whoever this guy is, unnamed guy, a tourist traveling on Beartooth Highway, got a video of the incident. The tourist, I think, started videoing just because he had already passed the guy, and the guy was probably going wicked fast. And the tourist is like, this dude's going to cause an accident. And he starts videoing with his phone, presumably. We have the video. Although the video says Wyoming Highway Patrol video in Park County. Here, on radio, you can hear the car. If you're watching, you can see. Just go to the videotape, the story on Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, he rips around one corner successfully. Then he encounters an oncoming car, and by then he's like, "Whoa, out of control." Somebody's beeping their horn. I don't think that's the crash, dude. That's somebody else beeping their horn. Ouch. Yeah, it's a pretty good hit. Here's what the story is written by Andrew Rossi, driver of a Ford Mustang, lucky to get off the Beartooth Highway without serious injury. Took one of the many hairpin turns on the mountain pass way too fast. He was traveling downhill, which is always tougher. Wyoming Highway Patrol got a call about a single vehicle incident near mile marker 27 on Beartooth Highway. Sunday afternoon, this happened. About 2:55, Aaron Brown of Highway Patrol is the PIO. He said it was a single vehicle rollover in the vicinity of Frozen Lake. It's a turn that's caused other wrecks. It's a tough turn when you're going downhill. Took the turn, lost control of the vehicle, slipped and rolled off the road. Yeah, it's just your average wreck on Beartooth. Is it newsworthy? I guess if you have the video, it's newsworthy. The trooper said he has an injured shoulder, and I would imagine a pretty good concussion from the incident. Something made him lose control. We had our own auto expert, Aaron Turpin, analyze the video, or Andrew Rossi had him analyze it. And Turpin said it looks like the driver underestimated the turn. Brilliant, Aaron. Yes, it does. It doesn't look like an intentional slide to me, or the drift that I guess is highlighted in the Fast and Furious. Yeah, I don't think the driver is intentionally. He's going too fast, and he doesn't realize this curve. And I can almost guarantee he was probably wanting to use some of the other lane to make that turn and give himself a little more room, you know, like the inside lane. Imagine you're NASCAR or you're on a racetrack, an oval racetrack, and you're trying to take a left-hand turn. You're turning left. You want to be down on the apron, as they say. You want to be down on the left, but you can't do that because that's the oncoming lane. Well, if nobody's there oncoming, I know I use that lane. The wife will attest to that. If I need that lane, I'm making a real hard left-hand turn, I'll use the oncoming lane if nobody's coming. Hey, if you got open road, use it. It's a lot easier on your vehicle. You're not straining the outside of your tires on the right side, and you're not putting your vehicle on the edge of breaking loose like this Ford Mustang did it. So he's probably taken this left-hand turn with the kind of speed that he's hoping he can use the inside lane. And then he finds out he can't. He sees the car coming the other way toward him. So now he's restricted to just using the outside lane, or the lane he should be in, the right lane. And he just didn't leave himself enough margin of error. And he got off the road a little bit. Once those right tires got off the pavement onto the shoulder, he's goner. And that vehicle got out of control. That's my professional analyzation of what went wrong with the driver of this Ford Mustang. That, and also, you know what people don't think about when they're taking hard turns? Usually in the winter, but it can happen in the summer. People who are not from the West, when they're taking a real hard turn like that, they don't realize, or they're not taking into account, that we crown our roads out here in the West pretty hard. Crowned, meaning the peak of the road. If you look at the road, it's not flat. A highway in Wyoming is almost never flat, not intentionally. They're designed to have an apex. They actually, if you measure them closely, they're crowned. And the middle of the road is higher than the shoulders. And that's to allow for snow and water to run off and get off the road. Otherwise, so you don't have standing pools of water like they do in Texas. Oh man, if you've ever driven in West Texas and you get down into a dip, I mean, you can be doing an easy 85 miles an hour legally in Texas. I mean, rocking along in West Texas. And then you go down to one of them dips after a hard rain hours ago, and the water's just pooled up in the bottom of one of these dips. And talk about hydroplaning. I mean, the water can be so deep, you're not even hydroplaning. You're like just, yeah. But in Wyoming, yeah, we crown our roads pretty hard. And it's the reason that if you have a 2-horse trailer, straight load 2-horse trailer, you should put the horse on the left side of the trailer, because you want to put more weight on the uphill, technically part of the highway, So with the roads crowned even a little bit, you have nothing to bank against when you're turning. You know, imagine Daytona, a racetrack, and you're taking a real hard turn. And the reason you can keep speed up in a turn is those tracks are banked heavily to allow you to turn. Wyoming highways are just the opposite. It's like they're unbanked, they're minus bank, and they're helping you slide off the road to the right or left, depending on what turn you're making. This guy in the Ford Mustang's making a hard left-hand turn, and he's in the extreme right lane, and the lane is taking him, the angle of the highway is taking him off the road, and you don't realize that. So all of a sudden, there's nothing to push against for your car, sort of. It's all physics. It's all physics. Yeah, I'm dropping physics on you. First hour of the show. I'm barely awake. But that why this guy's Mustang is upside down now, a Beartooth. Well, they pulled him off. They got a wrecker up there. But that's why if this dude wants to give me a call from his hospital room with the question, what went wrong? I'll set him straight. And I'll tell him. That particular curve on Beartooth Pass, and any of those curves on Beartooth Highway, could send you off into the sagebrush. But that particular one, there's been accidents and people stuck in snow there quite a bit. According to Highway Patrol, incidents happen fairly often at that spot. Said the trooper, there are super narrow lanes. Not much of a guardrail in that particular section. I don't see a guardrail at all. Yeah, too fast. Too fast and furious, dude. Beartooth Highway. I am going to take a break. No, Greg, he's not going to make it. Maybe he's got a touch of that COVID. COVID's on the upswing. Have you seen that? Supposedly. If you believe in COVID, there's the so-called razor throat strain of COVID. It begins with a sore throat. It feels like you're swallowing razors every time you swallow. I'm going to swallow some coffee right now, see if I got it. Nope. I don't feel it. But a razor throat strain of COVID's going around. Begins with a feeling you're swallowing glass, they say. And then you'll get the stuffy nose and basically what feels like a cold. Could be combined with some flu-like symptoms, fatigue, and then just general cold and flu season stuff. They call it COVID or a strain of COVID, but every one of the symptoms is everything you would have if you had a cold, the crud, the flu. It's all the same. All of them. COVID was only unique in that took away your ability to smell and taste, which you'll lose to a degree with a cold because you got a stuffy nose. You can't smell anything. And without your nose open, you can't taste. So I don't know what symptoms of COVID differed from a cold or flu. That's why I don't believe that there's COVID at all. I don't care what the letters they want to put in it. The variant, the 5 million variants it's turned into now. It's just a cold or a flu. It's going on now, though. It's on the upswing, as it has been since 2019, this time of year. As summer gives way to fall, we see a spike in so-called COVID positive cases on the upswing, particularly in the West, from what I understand. Texas, California, Idaho. No mention of Wyoming, but we often don't show up on those kind of radars, at least not immediately. Wyoming's we just don't have enough people to like move the needle. but it's on the upswing, definitely in the west of the Mississippi, the razor throat strain of COVID. Just so you know. Let's see if Greg's got him some COVID or he just doesn't want to join us. We'll take our last break this hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. We got a jam-packed schedule today of guests, like back to back to back to back. I don't know if this qualifies as a deep fake. Maybe it's a shallow fake. I mean, maybe most definitely, positively, possibly is a shallow fake, but it's a fake. Which is too bad because I really want to root for Cracker Barrel. And I promise this is the last I'm going to talk of Cracker Barrel. I have devoted a week to this issue. So you can't tell me if you're even a semi-regular listener of the Cowboy State Daily Show that you're not up to speed on this. But just in case, let me take you back. Build the background. Cracker Barrel announced a new logo. They were going to give their logo an updo, a glow up, and turn it modern. They were going to do some modernization. And it actually coincided with some menu tweaks, and they were just trying to come into the new age. They felt they were old-fashioned. Cracker Barrel is kind of a southeast chain of restaurants. I don't think we even have a Cracker Barrel in Wyoming, do we? Has anybody been to one? I've been to them. You know, they're definitely in the South. They're like the South's version of Olive Garden, and mostly more known for their breakfasts. So they do the new logo. The old logo had, in a color that can only be described as a drab mustard. I mean, it's not yellow, but it's not orange. It just lives in that nowhere land of Dijon mustard. And it had Cracker Barrel on this mustard background, Old Country Store typed in the bottom, and then it had this old timer leaning up against a barrel, presumably the Cracker Barrel, whatever that is. And the old timer is named Herschel, and he's actually an uncle of the guy who started Cracker Barrel, something like that. So they changed it. It did away with Herschel. They did away with the barrel. They did away with Old Country Store. All they left with their new logo design was the words Cracker Barrel. And they didn't take the opportunity even to change the most objectionable part of the logo is the color. It's just like, it's like mauve. It's like, it's not a color. It's not anywhere. It's in between colors. Anyway, yeah, it's like they left the same mustard color. It looks a little brightened, but not much. And they took away everything else. So the logo is now not even a logo. It's just the words Cracker Barrel on mustard background. And people immediately noticed. So if that was your point, Cracker Barrel, at work, people immediately noticed and started shouting about woke and DEI and cancel culture and all this. I don't know where that came from. The racism was thrown around, and I don't know where that stems from. Is it racist to have the old timer in the logo, or is it racist to take him out? I don't know. I don't know where any of that business came. People wanted to put, compare to Aunt Jemima and getting rid of her. And this is the woke people gone mad. You heard all kinds of stuff like that. The new rollout was supposed to be more inclusive. I don't know what the objection was to the old timer Herschel leaning on a barrel. Does that signify like slavery in some way? I don't know. I guess I'm not woke enough or enlightened enough to figure it out. But for whatever reason, Cracker Barrel did the new logo. I think it was just to get fresh and new and reinvent themselves. They felt old. It didn't go over well with anybody. Their core fans said this sucks. Any potential younger, newer, fresher fans weren't really turned on by the new logo, and nobody liked it, including the president of the United States, who had to chime in, or his son at least said, put it back. Everyone hated it. Their stock tanked in the days following. And it was viral on social media. You know what happened. Now there was this supposed official statement from Cracker Barrel issued supposedly on August 26th, shared by this one user on the Facebooks. We snoped it, and so probably did you, trying to figure out if it's real or not. And it turns out it's not. It's fake. It's a shallow fake, not a deep fake, because the issue is shallow. And it's too bad because I want it to be real, because it really, whoever wrote it's brilliant. Too bad it wasn't Cracker Barrel. Too bad this isn't true. Official statement from Cracker Barrel. Dear America, we heard you. We screwed up. When's the last time a company ever said that, right? Started a letter, started a statement with, we heard you, we screwed up. I would love that if that was true. And if Cracker Barrel was forward thinking, like they purported to be with the logo redesign, that's what they would have written. But they're not, and they're still living in the dark ages. They did change, by the way. They did say they're going back to the old logo. But this is not an official statement from the company. The letter continues, and wow, did we screw up royally. Our new logo rollout was supposed to be fresh and inclusive. Instead, it was about as welcome as vegan sausage on our breakfast menu. Let's not dance around it, the company execs purportedly said. We tried to cover up a total identity crisis with a fancy new logo. Truth is, we were trying to change Cracker Barrel into something it was never meant to be. And y'all called us out. And rightfully so. We forgot rule number 1 of business. Know your customers and don't spit in their sweet tea. Oh, I love it. Here's what's happening, Cracker Barrel promised. The new logo, gone. Shredded. Pretend it was a bad dream. The old timer, he's back forever. The peg game. That's right. Cracker Barrel has that peg game. And apparently they were taking that away too. The peg game, untouched. Uncle Herschel's favorite menu item, resurrected like it's Easter Sunday. Okay. The letter continues. Let's talk damage. We tanked over $100 million in stock value in record time. Congrats to us. We made Enron look like financial geniuses. To fix it, we've informed our CEO that her last day is Friday. And this is untrue, by the way. The CEO is still there. We don't expect a standing ovation, but at least a slow clap. At least clap slow enough for us to hear it. Oh, okay. So please, America, come back. Forgive us. Cracker Barrel is supposed to feel like grandma's house, not a corporate diversity retreat gone wrong. With shame, biscuits, and black coffee, the Cracker Barrel PR department. And then it's signed by somebody. So the letter's not true, unfortunately. And I wish it was. I wish Cracker Barrel, I wish some corporate entity would just get out ahead of things, have a sense of humor, and start a letter to the American public with, we screwed up. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Just once in a while. Let's get serious. This plane crash covered by Claire McFarland, 13-year-old girl, is one of 4 on board this plane that crashed after taking off from Sheridan County Airport. The SO there reporting that 13-year-old girl found dead, 3 people injured severely, all airlifted to receive medical care on scene. The crash happened just minutes after takeoff. This plane never achieved altitude enough to get over the Bighorns. I think its highest was 7,000 feet, according to radar. Reached a speed of 101 miles an hour, altitude of 6,300 feet. So, I mean, it had to get to 10 plus to get over the mountains. Never got there. The plane, 1965 single-engine Piper Cherokee, registered to a Sheridan man. We now learn that the identity of the family, they were all the same family, the Palmers. And it's Amelia Palmer, the 13-year-old, is the only casualty. What a tragedy. We're hearing from Billings Mountain News more about the plane. Billings Mountain News contacted Robert Katz. He's a longtime pilot expert. Katz said, first and foremost, this airplane was built in 1965. That's 60 years ago. And he said, oftentimes planes this old will struggle at higher elevations. We've heard pilots say this all the time when we talk to a pilot about flying in Wyoming. High elevation flying. There's less aerodynamics going on with the plane, less pushing against some kind of resistance in order to lift the plane, and more just muscle, horsepower, engine power. So crucial in Wyoming because you just don't have the aerodynamics you do at lower elevations. There's less air, thinner air, as they say. So picture thin air in a plane trying to work against that. It's all about engine power. Katz said when this plane never achieved even 7,000 feet above sea level, it was attempting to get over the bighorns, which are 10,000 feet. Katz said the weight on board could have been a factor why the plane never reached higher elevations. He said you got 2 adults on board and 2 children, plus I assume the plane was filled with fuel. It's entirely possible that this plane was over the gross weight limit. And that's going to affect climb and performance. So an older plane, heavily, weighed to probably the max. And just a tragedy. 13-year-old girl is deceased. 11-year-old boy did survive. So did mom and dad. The dad's the pilot. He's not an inexperienced pilot. From what I understand, he worked as a Bighorn aviation guy for some amount of time. So he's flown professionally. He's got paid to fly. His family's from the Boise, Idaho area. And the 13-year-old identified as Amelia Palmer, 13-year-old. She's a bit of a rodeo star back home. Amelia is the 13-year-old. She was the 2024-25 Treasure Valley Rodeo Mini Queen and second runner-up to the 2026 Miss Junior Rodeo Idaho. And we learned that from Facebook. Amelia Palmer, and just a terrible tragedy as they clean up that wreck. The plane flight and medical and search personnel approached the crash site on the north end of the Walker Prairie Trail, according to Sheriff's Office, Sheridan County. That crash happened on Monday, just before 5 p.m. I had the rest of the family's names somewhere, and now I lost track of where I put that. But anyway, I suppose we'll get back to it. We got a whole mess of special guests coming up later. We're going to talk about Craig Johnson and what he had to say, remembering actor Graham Greene, who died on Monday. Greene was played a bad guy, which is unusual. If you know Graham Greene, if you see him, you'll remember, and you'll remember some favorite movie of yours he was in. He usually plays an Indian character. He's Oneida First Nation, Oneida tribe, Canadian, and funny guy, fun guy, usually plays, his character's usually lighthearted in some way, funny guy. So to have him play the bad guy, the heavy, in Craig Johnson's Longmire series was unusual. That wasn't Craig's doing. Craig just wrote the book, Longmire. He didn't cast Graham as Malachi Strand, and he didn't think it would work. But then when he saw the results, he's like, oh, yeah, this guy's good at anything. And he got a chance to meet Graham Greene. It was pretty cool. Good for Craig. And yeah, we have the story of what it was like to meet that legendary actor dead at age 73 on Monday. Renee Jean has that story. We got so much more coming up. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. Top of the hour news next. We'll see you on the other side. Stay here.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. An 18-year-old Campbell County man who stabbed his mother in the back last summer was sentenced Tuesday to between 20 and 30 years in prison for attempted second-degree murder. Tharl Smith and his mother Carla had an argument the night of June 10, 2024 at their home in rural Campbell County. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when Carla went to bed that night, Tharls stabbed her in the back with an 8-inch blade, breaking her shoulder blade and puncturing her lung.
The defense attorney said he's never seen a family dynamic like this before. He reportedly urged his mother to go to bed. There'd been arguing. There's this waiting, and then he stabs her in the back. But then, according to the defense attorney, while they were waiting for medical personnel to arrive, he actually held her in his arms. So it's just this tormented family situation where the judge actually, when he was going through the two sides of the story, he just sighed.
At the time of the incident, Tharls was 4 months shy of his 18th birthday and had already been committed to multiple mental health institutions. Across Wyoming's sagebrush country, greater sage grouse hens are busy fattening up their chicks before winter sets in. At the same time, the Trump administration is moving to finalize plans for how the bird is managed in Wyoming and across the West. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the plan proposed by the Bureau of Land Management is drawing praise from state leaders along with the oil and gas industry, while evoking concern from some working to protect the species.
The governor's office has been advocating for this. It shows the result of a lot of collaboration between Fish and Game and the industry and BLM and others who have tried to figure out a way to balance the needs of the oil and gas industry with the needs of this wonderful species. Now, there are conservationists who are really crying foul here, that they believe that the habitat's running out and any kind of future development can threaten the future of these wonderful birds.
The comment period for the Resource Management Plan amendment begins September 3rd and runs through early October. The winter of 2022-2023 took such a ghastly toll on some of Wyoming's premier mule deer herds that some hunters opted out during the following hunting season. Now they're expressing cautious optimism for fall of 2025. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's 2025 hunt forecast offers some hope for mule deer hunters.
Their hunting forecast says things are getting a little bit better, but numbers are still down kind of in many key areas around the state. There are still a lot of hunt areas around the state where they have point restrictions, which means you're not allowed to shoot a buck that doesn't have a certain number of points per side on their antler. The herds are still struggling in some areas. Some hunters are maybe going, okay, well, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll try to get a white-tailed deer. Maybe I'll just focus on elk.
Joey Fagel, president, CEO, and co-founder of the Muley Fanatic Foundation, said he's hopeful this hunting season will be a good one. Those deer that survived the huge winter kill had less competition for food once spring finally arrived, and the winters since have also been relatively mild. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The driver of a Ford Mustang was lucky to get off the Beartooth Highway without serious injuries Sunday after taking one of the many hairpin turns on the mountain pass way too fast. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi points out that the Beartooth Highway can be a harrowing enough driving experience at the posted speed limits, and speeding can quickly turn into a dangerous incident.
According to the driver who spoke to the recovery guy who I spoke to, he said that he just lost control of the vehicle, might have slipped the back wheels off of the edge of the pavement or something else happened. Either way, he started drifting and then he rolled and launched off of the pavement. Zach Beardall of Zach's Towing and Recovery said the guy's lucky that he fell off the highway at the spot where he did, because there was a spot where he could get caught. At other spots, if the same thing happened, you'd go sheer over the side of a cliff and then it'd be a much more tragic story.
Incredibly, the driver only sustained minor injuries. He was flown to a hospital in Billings, Montana, and released later that day, but he was ticketed for reckless driving. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and I'm having a little bit of trouble with my Zoom room. Let's see if I can fix it real quick. Because we're joined by Wayne Hiley, and we're going to explain who Wayne is. Hang on, Wayne. It's going to bug me if I can't fix this. There you go. All right. Visually, I got it down. For you folks on radio, you never knew anything happened. Wayne Hiley has got 3+ decades into the uranium industry, uranium business. So we're going to be talking uranium. You guessed it. Wayne, first off, tell me what you're doing these days, because I think managing director, CEO of Peninsula Energy, that's the folks, the Australian folks behind the Lance Uranium Project in Wyoming, which is a huge thing in the industry. I think you're stepping down, stepping back. What's going on with Peninsula, first off?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. I stepped down from Peninsula Energy back in January, so now I'm enjoying a comfortable little retirement, maybe. I've got 38 years. I'm not presently working in the uranium industry, but after 38 years of it, it's time to look back. And I'll tell you what, the industry is thriving. I stepped back and left the door open for some new talent, to take over. And it's an excellent time in my life. But, I'm happy to talk about uranium, Wyoming, and what's going on around here.
Yeah, and I'm excited to learn from you. With this many years in uranium, Wayne, you have to be, at this point, radioactive. And that's one thing I want to talk about. Some people believe, if you spend a lot of time around in uranium extraction, you're getting radioactive. Well, we might get into that in a second. But first, talk about this. This is a world-class deposit in Wyoming. And in 2015, there were plans to develop this. Uranium did what it did market-wise. Russia flooding the scene with uranium. Things have changed now. Russian uranium is kind of off the table. Uranium is wide open for America in Wyoming. Tell me about this deposit. Is it really that great?
The Lance Project, that's in the northeast corner of Wyoming, has a known resource of over 50 million pounds, closer to 60 million pounds of uranium. So if we're producing it, if somebody goes out there and produces it at, say, 2 million pounds per year, that's a 30-year mine life, but that's really probably just scratching the surface for the Lance project. There's a lot of potential resource in areas that have not been completely drilled out. And I think that the geologists have assessed a potential for another 100 million pounds. So yes, that is a world-class uranium deposit up in the northeast corner of the state of Wyoming. And it's just getting started. The company has put together an expanded central processing plant, really capable of closer to 3 million pound per year production rate, which is their license. And if they can get it up and running successfully, you've got decades of uranium production out of the northeast corner of the state of Wyoming. So, absolutely a world-class uranium deposit in its infancy as far as production goes, and a project worth investing time and money to get right.
Now, tell me a little bit about the processing. Not enough that would make my head explode, but for the average listener that does not know what yellow cake is, tell me about the processing, including, and we might get a little in the weeds, alkaline, in situ recovering, different ways we recover. In situ recovering, from what I understand, the kind of uranium mining we're doing in Wyoming is pretty good on the environment. It's easy extraction.
It has a very low visual footprint and really surface footprint. Unlike conventional mining, and with conventional mining, we're talking about open pit or underground mining, which everybody has a good visualization of. In situ mining is really a water flood. You take some groundwater, you modify it with chemicals, and you put it back into the ground. That dissolves the uranium, and then you transport it across underground to a production well, a water well. It's just like any water well a rancher would use, except it's equipped with a pump, and that pumps water back to the surface and over to a uranium recovery process plant. There, at the process plant, we concentrate uranium. We get it from a low concentration in the solution coming out of the ground, and we bring it to a higher concentration so we can precipitate it. And when you precipitate uranium oxide out of a solution, uranium oxide is actually a yellow in color, very bright yellow in color, and you create a solid that is yellow, and we call it yellow cake. When you dry it, it looks like yellow powder, and it can be stored in 55-gallon drums very safely. You said, look, you must be radioactive after 38 years in the mining industry. That's fun because, I come by my baldness very naturally. My father was bald. My grandfather on my mom's side was bald. I've had a great career in an industry that I regard as super safe. I can't think of a year in my 38 that I didn't have radiation safety training. I learned all the principles of staying safe around radioactive materials. And I've come out of this very healthy. A healthy 60-year-old who expects to be around for quite a long time. I didn't retire for health reasons. I retired because it was a good opportunity for me to enjoy a little bit of life outside of the hard work that we put in during the hard times for uranium industry. So, this is a great opportunity. The industry's on the rise in the state of Wyoming. I think a week ago, I was quoted in the publication as saying, look, Wyoming's going to overtake the other states and become a leader in uranium production, and that's really because we have a large number of uranium production centers that are fully licensed and ramping up. Other states have uranium production ramping up. In South Texas right now, they have a project that's producing close to 1 million pounds a year rate right now. They've just got it up to that. In Utah, the White Mesa Mill, which is a conventional mine, has the ambitions to get between 700,000 and 1 million pounds this year, and probably 1.5 million pounds next year. But in Wyoming, we have the Lance project, which we talked about, just ramping up. We have the Willow Creek project, which is Uranium Energy Corporation, and they're ramping up in the Powder River Basin. UR Energy has a project called Lost Creek, which is ramping up and is, what I've heard recently is that it's producing at a rate that is equivalent to close to 1 million pounds a year. And then we have a couple of other projects that are getting built in the Shirley Basin, which pleases me to no end. Your Energy is getting a project up and running, and they hope to be producing in early 2026. So the sheer number of projects that we have and the resources in the state of Wyoming mean that the state of Wyoming is going to return to its rightful place as a uranium production leader. And last time we produced 3 million pounds a year was 2015, but in the around 1980, I think, was the peak of uranium production in Wyoming, and we produced almost 40 million pounds. This is a number that's so far in the rearview mirror, people forget, how much uranium Wyoming produced in the past.
Yeah. And so what happened to uranium, the market? And by the way, we're talking to Wayne Hiley, a uranium expert, and just recently managing director and CEO of Peninsula. That's the group behind the Lance Uranium Project that looks so exciting. Take us through the trajectory of uranium. And I want to say, by the way, Wayne, just on this day in history, this very day, September 3rd, 1918, uranium was first discovered in Wyoming near Lusk. And I'm thinking, what was it used for in 1918? We weren't doing nuclear yet. And then we know, uranium was huge. Jeffrey City is now a ghost town, though, in the 1980s. Take us through uranium beginning till now.
Wow, that's big. You caught me on the Lusk thing. I knew there was uranium in the Lusk area, and I've actually been very interested in the form of uranium there, but I didn't realize this was the day it was found, and so long ago. There was no practical use for uranium until nuclear power and nuclear, the Atomic Energy Agency needed uranium, to end a war, but then we came into the early 1970s, and it was the 1950s, 1960s where uranium was getting found in Wyoming, in the Gas Hills, the Shirley Basin, the Powder River Basin. We actually have it, a great abundance in this state, and good economic deposits. But in the 1970s, we started to commercialize and privatize nuclear power. For nuclear power plants. So I grew up in Wisconsin as a young man, and I grew up in the shadow of a new nuclear power plant called the Point Beach Nuclear Power Plant. It's kind of, for me, that's fun, but my brother worked there, had a career and a successful and great career. And he always talked to me about the incredible safety culture at that nuclear power plant. He says, I can't believe, how much emphasis goes into safety. And it, but again, he too had a great career and just recently retired. And, after working at a nuclear power plant, I said, I like making it. I give them the nuclear fuel and they get to use it. But, going back, Wyoming became a very prominent producer in the 1970s, and then 1979 was 3 Mile Island, and that put a crook in the plans. 1980 was our peak production, around 43 million pounds of uranium that year out of Wyoming. But the markets went south as people soured on nuclear power and the risks after 3 Mile Island. Even though there weren't, nobody was hurt, nobody really exposed to any significant radiation. The fear around it, really grew. And uranium markets, got difficult. Wyoming went from producing 40 million pounds down to closer to 5 million pounds a year on average, and in the late 80s and 1990s. When I came into the industry in the late 80s, uranium price was $16 a pound. It had been 40. They said, "Oh, it's going to come back," but it really didn't for many, many years. We went probably 2 decades before it got back to $25 a pound. And, today we're looking at a price that's $77, $78 a pound on a trajectory to probably, a lot of people have their bear market case is that it'll end the year at or around $80 a pound. And the bull market case is more like 125. So somewhere in there, let's bracket between 80 and 120, the price of uranium, and that's more than good enough for the uranium producers in the United States and in Wyoming to be incentivized to get the projects back up and running.
That's good news. One last thing, Wayne, and then we got to make way for our weather guy. Getting back to that processing thing, how good is there different grades of uranium? I don't know if Russia had a better uranium than Wyoming does. How good is ours? What is what you call like the enrichment process? And do we have to go out of state to do the processing? Because we want to get this uranium in Wyoming, feed it to a Wyoming nuclear facility, and just do it all right here in state. Can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we tend to have a lower grade uranium ore compared to some of the world standards. I don't think the Russians had a particularly superior ore, but they had state funding and access to state capital dollars.
Yeah.
So they were able to continue, in an economic program that's communist, they were able to continue pumping out uranium while the rest of us are responding to free market forces. And they were actually forcing the free market to be very depressed for a long, long time. The nuclear fuel cycle, the second part of your question is really, uranium production. Then there's a process called conversion, which switches uranium from being a solid to actually gaseous form as a uranium hexafluoride. Uranium exists in nature as a gas, as a hexafluoride. You can then separate isotopes of uranium in a process called enrichment. We want the U-235 isotope, I'm just going to be too technical to spend any time with, separated from the U-238 isotope. That's enrichment.
Yeah.
And those two processes, conversion and enrichment, don't exist in the state of Wyoming. They are the next step in the fuel cycle before you make fabricate fuel. But I just saw that in the news yesterday, UEC, a U.S. uranium producer, announced intentions. They've done a study and they want to expand their footprint from being just a uranium producer to becoming a uranium converter, and they want to build a brand new state-of-the-art conversion facility. They have not said where, but their presence is in Wyoming and in Texas, and I guess that means Wyoming would be a candidate for their siting, but they have to go through a lot of siting studies and things. And this is kind of an exciting new opportunity on the horizon, because that's where the value gets added to our uranium product.
Well, I learned a lot. U-235. I'm going to write that down. That's what we need. That's the good stuff. In case I ever need that at a coffee party or a cocktail party.
There you go.
Thanks.
That's a fissionable isotope for you there, Jake.
Dang, Wayne. All right, now I'm getting a migraine. Thanks for spending time with us. Enjoy retirement. You deserve it. Thanks for being on.
Appreciate it.
You bet. Have a great Wednesday. That's Wayne Hiley, who he's forgotten more about uranium than you and I will ever know. Let's get Don Day into the room and talk weather forecasting. And I think it's going to be, a real nice day around the Cowboy State weather-wise. Don, what's happening with you?
Well, I'm still screwed up. I think it's a Tuesday.
I know, me too. I almost said Tuesday. I almost said, hey, Wayne, have a great Tuesday. Yeah, me too. What is that? Maybe because we're losing daylight so fast that I don't know. We are losing daylight really quickly.
As they say, burning daylight. That's what we're doing.
We are burning day, but we are going to get some glorious daylight today. Some real sunny conditions, warm. I mean, I love it. I love early September.
September's my favorite month. September and October. Just something about the weather and hunting and football. And, you get those nice crisp mornings, but warm afternoons, and That's where we're certainly headed today. One thing I do need to bring up is the wind.
Mm.
It's something we haven't talked about a lot.
No.
Just because the 3 months of the year where the wind doesn't blow much, we're getting done with that. There's another cold front coming in tomorrow and tomorrow night. So it's going to get kind of windy. Along I-90, along I-25 tomorrow, we could see gusts up to 50 miles an hour. So it's going to be mainly over on the eastern side of the state, but folks need to keep that in mind. Pulling the trailer, driving the camper, heading up to hunting camp, keep that in mind. And behind that front, on Friday, Jake, there'll be a lot of Wyoming only in the 60s and lower 70s. And dare I say it, Friday night and the Saturday morning, there'll be some upper 30s. Or even Thursday night into Friday morning in some parts of northeastern Wyoming.
Yeah, okay. Oh, boy. All right, but still very comfortable, very reasonable. I want you, when we don't have time now, I gotta move along, but we do want to later in the week, either tomorrow is Thursday, or Friday, I want to talk specific weather for Laradice because we got a home football game as we host Northern Iowa. So we want to know.
I'll be ready.
Excellent. We want to know, game time forecast for Cowboys and the Panthers, 2:00 Saturday. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
All right, Don Day. Updated weather forecast of the Cowboy State Daily. We got to duck out quick, get right back in here with another interview after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. We've confirmed that. Don Day and I both thought it was Tuesday, but it's most definitely Wednesday. Megan Degenfelder joins us, Superintendent of Public Instruction. Megan, how's your Tuesday going?
Good morning, but I thought we just decided it's Wednesday.
I'm just testing you. Yeah, you're right. Speaking of testing you, tests wrapped up, the assessment test those kids love so much. And what did we find out? I don't know what these numbers mean, but we're on the upswing. We're on the positive. Statewide proficiency, ELA, that's English Language Arts, is up. Those numbers suffered during COVID, which is not surprising because learning alone, isolated, or online for English, to me, and language arts, like, it's harder than math. Math seems like something you can learn, with flashcards. I don't know. Am I wrong? But we see the numbers. What do they mean? Statewide proficiency, 55.7%. ELA, math, 50.8. Science was 51.2. Are these numbers good?
Yeah, so great question. Last week, we released both the assessment results, but then also school performance ratings. So first, I'll talk about assessment because it's a little confusing how accountability works for education. And we're trying to make that more easily accessible for the public to understand. But state assessment looked good this year. We saw 1% to 3% increases in all three content areas. That's English language arts, that's science and math. And English language arts and science have both returned to pre-pandemic. We actually saw increases in every grade in those content areas except for the sixth grade. And then math is really closing in on pre-pandemic levels, about 0.4% away from that pre-pandemic level. So things are looking good on the state assessment. We're going in the positive direction. Of course, a lot of work to be done, but exciting news this year.
And help pulling up the curve, Washakie County. Yeah, 10 sleep. Man, what got into them? They're so smart.
Yeah, Washakie County School District number 2, they lead the state for a second year in a row in top proficiency in all three content areas. So we really tried to recognize some of those standout districts this year in our release.
When we talk about accountability, what are we comparing ourselves against? There's statewide accountability, there's federal accountability. What are we judging ourselves against?
Yeah, so let's talk about state accountability because I think that's really the most relatable to folks here, and that's what reflects our school performance ratings that we released. Okay, so we think about the state assessment, right? That big test that we just talked about.
Yeah.
Well, of course, all of us know that you can't just measure a school on that one test that's taken once a year. So we've created this accountability system that measures more than that. It of course weights the assessment most heavily, but it also looks at things like growth, equity, graduation rate, post-secondary readiness, and then for our alternative schools, school climate and engagement. So based on all of those different factors that have different weights, a school can receive one of 4 school performance ratings. They can be either exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, partially meeting expectations, or not meeting expectations. And so again, it's a way to just take into account the fact that it's not just about one test. You want to measure how students are growing, other ways that they're succeeding. So that also, we saw increases in overall school performance ratings in the state. Meeting or exceeding expectation schools increased by 10%. So that means that about 70% of schools in Wyoming are either meeting or exceeding expectations.
That's good. Yeah, meeting, exceeding those schools, those numbers are up, well, but still work to be done. What about those not meeting? What can you do to bring up those other school districts that are towards the bottom?
Well, that's what keeps me up at night.
Yeah.
And I think that we can do better at the state in providing supports and making sure that we're analyzing that data more appropriately. 7% of Wyoming schools have been not meeting expectations for 3 or more years. So we need to drill into what's happening in those 7% of schools. I think we can also do a better job at a data drill down of where those deficiencies are, and then link them up with schools that are doing well in those areas, and really try to pinpoint our supports. I think in the past we've kind of had, this just overarching support of professional development or training. We need to really drill down and see where those targeted supports need to be, and we can provide that at the state. And so I'm excited for that next step.
Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder is with us this Wednesday morning. Where in assessments and the ratings, where do private schools fit in? Where do charter schools or alternative schools? What do we like? How do they factor in? Do they at all?
Yes. So when we talk about public charter schools, they are required to meet all the same expectations as our traditional public schools. So they have to meet the same content and performance standards. They also have to take the YTOP as well. And actually, we did see this year some strong increases from some of our charter schools, double-digit increases for our charter school in Casper in terms of performance on the assessment and moving multiple levels in school accountability. So that's really exciting to see how they're doing, especially being new schools, how they've been progressing in the positive direction. When it comes to private schools, we don't measure, we don't require them to take the YTOP assessment, and we don't require them to submit scores to us. They're private schools, and so they're not part of our accountability system.
I'm reading this on the website, and I need further explanation. It doesn't have anything to do with acronyms, which I know they love in the education world. But in addition to release of results, Department of Education is shifting the state system of supports from a reactive framework to a forward-facing, comprehensive system of school success. What did I just say?
Yeah, so that's a little bit what I was talking about, of how we need to do better at the state level of how we provide supports. So what we have in state statute, it's called the State System of Support, SSOS. And so what that is that's targeted support to our lower performing schools as part of these school performance ratings. Under federal accountability and state accountability, part of our job at the state level is to provide them different supports. I think, however, as I mentioned, we've been a little bit more reactive in the past. Instead of trying to get ahead of this data, instead of creating a professional learning community at the state level, and really instead of just providing this overarching, kind of sprinkle in professional development, really look at districts and see which area that they are not performing as well as we would like, and then directly reaching into that area and providing our supports. Another thing we've done this year is I just completed a massive reorganization of the State Department of Education. And so now within one division, we're combining federal supports team with our state supports team. I'm not sure how they ever got separated, but we're bringing those together because we can link together the supports and the aid we get from our federal funds with our state funds.
And what else is your office busy doing as school starts? What does that mean for you? The beginning of the school year means something for teachers and admin and kids. What does it mean for your department?
Well, summer is so busy for us in providing professional development, conferences across the state. And so this has been a really good time for us to reflect on what's going well. And also then now start to look into how we support districts as they begin to enter into school. We just had last week as well, or the week before, the Joint Education Committee meeting. Literacy is going to be my top priority going into the legislative session, looking at how we can really just reform that statute. It's a mess, to be honest with you, and to look at how we really move the needle when it comes to English language arts and literacy. That's going to be a big topic and focus for me. And then also we're starting to really drill into what's next for our civics and patriotism efforts in the schools. We were just in Du Bois, and we released some videos that we were produced jointly with the National Museum of Military Vehicles. So really starting to dig into that as well.
That's cool. That's something that, well, we were just talking civics. I can't even remember I'm forward facing always with the show. I can't remember anything that happened in the past, but civics super important. It's all important when we're talking about education in Wyoming. Thank you. Here's an acronym for you, TTFN. That's ta-ta for now, maybe. But thanks, Megan, for coming on. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, with the report. The numbers looking good, 1 to 3% Moves, that's a lot, right? I mean, we like that.
We like it.
Statewide performance, assessment of school performance ratings all came out last week, and the numbers trending up for Wyoming. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on this Wednesday. I just like when kids are getting smarter. That's always a good thing. If only your host could get smarter, if only it trickled down or trickled up. We got more guests. Who's coming up? Andrew Rossi will be here shortly. We're going to talk to another recipient for a conservation award. We talked about Rob Wallace yesterday. We'll tell you who else received an award for Teton Science Schools. Jared Petrino will be on. We'll talk about Cowboy football, how good we looked against Akron, and what we're going to do to Northern Iowa. Oh, I wouldn't want to be a Panther this Saturday. It's going to be a hostile place to be in Laradice for them. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're rolling along on this Wednesday Cowboy State Daily Show. Glad to have you along. Thanks for dropping in, whether you're on radio or listening to radio in the Cheyenne area, Torrington, Riverton, Jackson, soon coming to, I think, more radio stations. Every day we're trying to add to the fleet. Of course, every weekday morning, even Saturday mornings with your buddy John Baggett, your buddy Bags, you can hear and see the show live on X, Facebook, YouTube, and on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Run this whole thing back audio only on the podcast. Your favorite podcast platform. I like to use Apple Podcasts, but you can do it wherever you do your podcast thing. We're there. Just type in Cowboy State Daily Show. Andrew Rossi will pop in a moment, and we're going to talk about a wide-ranging batch of subjects because that's how Rossi rolls. He covers everything. From Yellowstone to outer space to dinosaurs. This guy's on it all. How about that time firefighters once blew up a river in order to put out a fire? That happened in 1988 during the Yellowstone fires. West Yellowstone, the town, the community, the gateway community was being threatened by fire. I mean, these Yellowstone fires were horrendous in 1988. There were over 200 distinct different fires. That's crazy. Think about that. I mean, today in Wyoming, we have basically two. The Red Canyon fire has kind of run its course. We have the Dollar Lake fire still going. And that other one, we have like two really significant active fires going. But in 1988, when a third of Yellowstone burned, or more than a third, 36% of the park was consumed by fire, 793,000 acres. At one point, there were more than 250 fires, different distinct fires flaring up that summer in the state. That's crazy. And Yellowstone was burning down. We saved Old Faithful. It took a lot of water. There were firefighters standing by just throwing water on Old Faithful Inn constantly. Saved it. And we saved West Yellowstone, the town, the community was also threatened. And it was the quick thinking of firefighters who thought, well, we got the Madison River nearby. It just doesn't flow our way. So they blew it up. They blew a hole in it and got water to save West Yellowstone. That's insane. Yeah, let's talk to Andrew Rossi. Let's get him into the discussion. Rossi, we were just talking about that time they blew up a river to save a town, West Yellowstone. 1988, those Yellowstone fires consumed over a third of Yellowstone National Park. West Yellowstone threatened, like they could have burned down. The whole town could have burned down if not for the quick thinking firefighters who blew up the Madison River to save it. How do you do that?
You do what you got to do. And apparently you do it with a lot of detonating core, is what I was told.
Right. Well, yeah, that was cool to learn. I thought I knew everything about the 1988 fires. I knew the acreage burned and I knew all these things, but man, I didn't. And I knew we saved Old Faithful, throwing water on the inn. But I didn't know West Yellowstone was that threatened by this, and how we saved it was like diverting water from a river with dynamite. That's a crazy story.
Yeah, it's funny, Jake. It's one of my best sources for all things Yellowstone is Jeff Henry. He's an author, a historian. He worked in the park and continues to work in the park. He spent his whole life in Yellowstone, and he actually wrote a book about the 88 fires, and he hadn't heard of this incident. And the irony was he was friends with one of the
people that he directed me to that I cited in the story, who was actually on the scene and cleared the path to the river from West Yellowstone so they could actually get to the spot where they were going to blow it up. So it's kind of it's flown under the radar somehow. You'd think blowing up a river would be a highlight of the 88 fires, but a lot of people aren't aware that it even happened.
No, just another aspect of that fire that's now in the rear view mirror, and the park is definitely benefiting from seeing the benefits of a fire growing back out. Yeah, interesting story, Andrew. Same with this one. Are those really Casper College kids digging up a brontosaurus butt in the Alcova Reservoir? You bet your ass it is. What's happening?
Yeah, that was a partial Camarasaurus skeleton that they found near Alcova Reservoir, and they were asking for a bunch of volunteers, anyone who was interested in dropping by and helping get this thing excavated and off the hill. And that's where I was at the first 2 weeks of August when I wasn't on your show, as I was out there helping out.
That's so neat. So what can you tell of what you're like? How could you ever know this was a like, I'm always wondering, how do you not know this is a rock, or is this a dinosaur bone? Is this a giant boulder, or is it a dinosaur butt? Like, how do you identify that?
No, it's the dinosaur butt. If you're out in the field, not even that long, you can tell the difference, because the rock, in this case, it was a mudstone that was very gray and soft, and then he had these giant hunks of black sticking out of it. So it's pretty obvious that there's a difference between the two. And you can use the texture, the color, and just the overall shape of the fossils to get an idea that it's just something different in the rock itself. And one of my favorite tricks, I wish I'd known that you were asking me. I don't have a piece readily available, but dinosaur bone will stick to your tongue like Velcro.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure I want to put it to that extreme a test, but if I had to, good to know. How, in this case, and in all cases, whenever you're digging up, when you're doing a dig, excavation, it's who owns the land. You know, sometimes you can't just go do it on private property. What's the land ownership aspect here?
It really varies. So in this case, it was interesting because it was found several years ago on the Martin Ranch. And as we know, the Martin Ranch was sold to the BLM a few years ago because there was a big controversy over that. So the Tate Geological Museum in Casper, they were negotiating with the landowner to excavate this fossil, but then the landowner sold the property to the BLM. So then they had to go to the BLM to get a collection permit. And the BLM gives permits to let you collect fossils on federal land so long as they end up in a federal repository, which thankfully the Tate is. So they were able to excavate that fossil and bring it to their museum, where eventually they'll be able to prep on it. It's a big piece to get into their lab at the moment, but that's the plan, is to eventually get it in there and clean off all the excess rock and see what they've got.
Oh, good job by Casper College, able to pivot. I'm sure they had to work through some bureaucratic red tape, but yeah, still digging up that brontosaurus butt with help from Andrew Rossi. And you got to do this super carefully. Like, I know with like smaller bones, you can't just get a shovel going in there. I always see them like carefully with a toothbrush, man. They're bringing these things out. How careful you got to be with a huge fossil like this, huge piece.
Yeah. Well, you generally don't try not to work on the fossils themselves, because the process of cleaning those up and getting them pretty, that'll happen in the lab. But everything around the fossils is fair game. So you still have to go slow, because you might find small bits that turn up. So you don't want to miss a lizard jaw or the leg of a frog that you could find next to the big bones. But you can use hammers and chisels and other things on the spot that isn't the fossil, because otherwise you're going to be there forever. So I used a giant screwdriver with a little kink at the end. I was using that to tunnel underneath the thing. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. All right, so now, Andrew, we've got to get to some serious matters. You've been stealing from all of us, stealing daylight from these poor little kids. By the end of this month, I knew we lose time pretty fast, lose daylight pretty fast in the month of September, but I didn't know it was this much. I mean, more than an hour before we're even to autumn.
Yeah, closer to an hour and a half in some places up north,
Man.
like Sheridan.
And it's described by your buddy Max, which makes sense now, throwing a ball up in the air and how the earth is rotating. So the ball, when it reaches the apex of its throwing up, it's moving the slowest. So we enjoyed those days where the sunrise and sunset were like the same time every day, like, oh, boring, long day. And now as the ball returns to the hand of the thrower, it's moving its fastest, and we're losing daylight quick.
Yeah, that's where the term solstice comes from, because solstice literally means the sun stands still. That's what the Romans call it. And that's because when it gets to that point where it's in the curve of its orbit, it moves slower. But now it's coming down the fast lane again and speeding past the sun as it goes through its orbit. And that's why we're losing daylight, because the planet's axis is tilted in such a way that it's not really compensating for the sunlight that we're losing. So it's a little complicated when it comes to astronomy, but there is a period in September where we're losing more daylight faster than we do at any other point during the year. And the same is true in the inverse, too. There's a point where we gain more sunlight than any other point. But yeah, between now and the end of September, we're going to lose a lot of it. And we're going to lose more than we'll lose in the next 3 months or a piece as we get into December. And then once we get to December 21st, that'll be the shortest day of the year.
Andrew, is there anything we can do collectively as Wyomingites to slow this process?
Not that I'm aware of, unless you want to start your own space program and find another planet that doesn't rotate as quickly. I don't know of any in the vicinity that are habitable where you could do that, but it's worth a try.
What if we were to jump in our DeLorean and race as fast as we could to turn back time, or jump in our Ford Mustang and drive the Beartooth Highway as fast as we can to turn back time? We just got to be careful of those hairpin turns. Oh, what a video. This dude was going fast.
You're going to get your DeLorean out to try to go back in time. I'd recommend it's maybe the route between Casper and Shoshone, or a good stretch of I-80. Beartooth Highway is not recommended for that level of speed and maneuverability.
A lot of curves, especially going downhill. You got something called gravity that's aiding your accelerator. Yeah, this guy's going, he's going too fast. Good vid. Where did you get this video?
So the video was posted by the Wyoming Highway Patrol, and it's actually, I've gotten so much feedback about that video because they said a tourist posted it, and I've had more than one person say it's like, I think that was somebody who actually knew the guy who was driving and was like, he's like, hey, get situated. I'm going to take this sick curve. And I can't verify that at all, but I've had more than one person come up to me because it seems perfectly framed to get the whole thing on camera.
Right. This seems like a video where something bad's about to happen. This is where I started. Yeah. Yeah. Downhill. And then, you know what I think a lot of people don't understand about driving in Wyoming is, I was mentioning it earlier today about the crowned highways, in Daytona and racetracks. When you're taking a curve, you got the banks. It holds you against, down on the road. In Wyoming, you got the opposite effect. These crowned roads peak at the center and they trail off ever so slightly to the shoulder. So you have less working. I mean, your car wants to just all of a sudden slide off the road.
Yeah, it's not something that you want to take lightly or underestimate. And clearly that was the case in this instance.
Okay, let's move to yet another Andrew Rossi's story. Texas using cowboy hats, saying it's okay for law enforcement to use cowboy hats. It's an accepted part of the uniform now. It's kind of gimmicky to attract, at least in the Dallas Police Department. But in Wyoming, it's a culture. That's what we do.
Yeah, no, Dallas was specifically framing it as like, you get to wear a cowboy hat on patrol. That's why you should join the Dallas Police Department.
Yeah.
And the Wyoming law enforcement officers I spoke to said, like, we don't really see that as a recruitment tool because we just let people wear cowboy hats for the most part. It's just part of who we are. And they don't see it, even if like they weren't allowed to wear cowboy hats, they don't see it as like an actual draw. People want to be law enforcement officers in Wyoming because they like the Wyoming lifestyle and the Wyoming culture. And cowboy hats are part of that, but it's a lot wider and more in depth than just the fact I get to wear my cowboy hat while I'm out on patrol.
As Dwight Schrute would say, Cheyenne beats Dallas because of the cowboy hat. And one last thing, that 78-year-old dude who climbed a really tall, high flagpole. I love that he told his daughters, like, Dad, you're too old for that. Let me do it. And he's like, no way. You've got kids. So, yeah, Darcel Hulse showing his patriotism, fixing that flag way up there.
Yep, he wanted to make a statement and put up a giant flag on out in Star Valley, and that's his flag, so it's his responsibility. So he's the one who goes up there to do all the rope work when necessary and everything like that. So they rented a crane, and crane got him in a little harness, lifted him up so he could do that. And that's your commitment to your statement.
Dang. And I did hear David Kazir chimed in. He's a friend of mine, works at SVI, and he said this dude is a really nice guy. Everybody loves him, and everybody loves that flag. So
yep, it's become an icon in Star Valley, so it's long may it wave.
If it's not up there, people notice too. They're like, Darcel, where's the flag?
Oh yeah, they got a lot of messages when the ropes broke and the flag collapsed, and they had to go out there and put it back up again. But it's up there and flying now.
Thanks for being on, Andrew. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
All right, Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily, drops on the show and shares with us 5-6 different stories he's been writing, all more interesting than the next. Firefighters blow a hole in the Madison River to put out those 1988 fires and save West Yellowstone. That's a piece of that history I didn't know. Pretty cool. Top of the hour news next. We'll see you on the other side. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A 13-year-old girl was killed and 3 people were injured and airlifted to care Monday after a plane crash in the Bighorn National Forest. Sheridan County Coroner Robert Byrd on Tuesday morning identified the girl as Amelia Palmer. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that she and 3 other family members were in a single-engine plane that crashed in the Bighorn Mountains late in the afternoon Monday.
This all happened very quickly. The plane leaves the airport at like 4 and it's down by 4:10. Very quick 8-minute flight, and then someone is calling 911 to say there's injured people in the mountains just before 5. So very quick, not like days of languishing there, but they did find the 3 survivors in serious condition and had to airlift them out.
The plane was a 1965 single-engine Piper Cherokee registered to a Sheridan man. Well, his whip-sharp sense of humor is what New York Times best-selling author Craig Johnson most remembers about actor Graham Greene, who died Monday at the age of 73 after a lengthy illness. Greene had more than 100 television and film credits to his name. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that he played several roles that were either filmed or set in Wyoming, including Malachi Strand, a major recurring villain on the hit television series Longmire, based on Johnson's books.
Craig Johnson only met Graham Greene once on the set of Longmire. He was Malachi Strand, the main bad guy, and Graham Greene played the character to the hilt. He really gave it everything he got, which Craig told me was really ironic because when you meet him, he was the most affable, likable guy. Diamond Lou Phillips introduced him as, hey, Graham, this is the creator, meaning the creator of the show. But Greene immediately leaped to creator of all life in the universe, right? And he's like, oh, I have some questions for you. Just deadpan kind of humor. And that's interesting because Craig, that's the kind of humor he has in his books.
Greene is probably best known for his role as Kicking Bird in Kevin Costner's 1990 film Dances with Wolves, which earned 12 Academy Award nominations, including Greene's nomination as Best Supporting Actor. A Cheyenne City ordinance preventing RVs and other oversized vehicles from parking on city streets takes effect again Saturday and will last until next summer. The Cheyenne City Council voted last December to implement the seasonal restriction. Cheyenne City Councilman Scott Roybal, who was a key supporter of the ban, told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that the issue has proven highly divisive among city residents.
The people that are enforcing this are saying that it is a safety hazard to have RVs in the road because they block visibility, and they're are also a obstacle for snowplows. But I spoke to some Cheyenne residents as well that feel that it's a little unfair. These streets are ours. We pay taxes for them. We should be allowed to park there because finding RV parking is kind of expensive. One person told me that this can cost upwards of $100 per month, and that can be a pretty prohibitive cost for an RV owner.
While the ban is lifted temporarily in the summer months, beginning 5 days before Memorial Day, it's reinstated again 5 days after Labor Day. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The last of summer isn't for another 3 weeks, but it's taking a shockingly large chunk of its daylight before it goes. After the autumnal equinox on September 22nd, Wyoming loses an average of 55 minutes a month. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that in the next 18 days, we'll lose about an hour and 10 minutes of daylight.
Between September and December, we lose several hours of daylight. But for the first 2 weeks of September, and really throughout the entire month of September, we lose daylight faster than we do at other points in the year. It's just because of the way the Earth is positioned and its point in its orbit with the sun. So it isn't just a feeling. We are losing daylight faster and faster, up to 3 minutes every day as we go through the month.
The loss of daylight will go hand in hand with the first bites of winter. Cooler nights, lower humidity, and the first snowfall of the season are all possible before summer's officially over. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
All right, back after news. Claire McFarland's with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Claire, where do I start? How about a teen's admission of guilt? The greatest quote of all time. Mom wakes up feeling a pain in her back, and son admits, "You have a knife in your back. I stabbed you." This poor kid, he never had a chance really growing up. He's one of the kids that is bounced around in different care situations, different homes. That's never good, a non-stable environment. But is there any rehabilitating this Campbell County man? 17 when he stabbed his mom, and 18 now, looking at 10 to 20, 20 to 30. What happened? Did they sentence him?
Yeah. So Tharl Smith pleaded guilty to attempted second-degree murder back in May, and then they sentenced him yesterday to 20 to 30. So that's one of the hard things about being a crime reporter, right? Is early in the case, like you want there to be, because you have a right to a public trial. And to me, that means the whole case is going to be public and the public's going to be a part of it. But the hard thing is that most of the filings, the grand sweeping majority, unless there's like an argument over evidence admission or something else, is the state saying, this is the evidence we have that you did it. And so that's what the public has early on, like, oh, here's all the evidence that you did it. Looks like you did it. And then it's usually not till sentencing, if there's no trial, that you hear the defendant talk about what he was going through and dealing with. And that was definitely the case here, where there's not all of it was confirmed, but the judge was reading aloud from the things that this kid told his interviewer, who was in charge of compiling basically a report on his life. Like, oh yeah, I just suffered harrowing abuse. I was kept in a dog kennel during foster care. I was made to eat my own vomit. And it's hard. Like, I don't know. It's hard to get to the end of the case and hear those things. And there's two sides to every story.
Yeah. I mean, we know, once you know the facts, you know the what, and you just don't know the why. And Tharl Smith is the years that led up to his 17-year-old plunging an 8-inch kitchen knife into the back of his mom at that time, Carla, who did survive. But yeah, what gets you to that point when you're telling the family that night, aren't you going to bed yet? Isn't everybody tired? And with the intent that I'm going to stab my mom tonight, you presume. 20 to 30 years, and hopefully, I don't know, he can get things turned around. Tharl Smith. Claire McFarland has that story. How about the other one, Alejandro Behan? We're learning more and more about what was originally a body on the Honor Farm Road with a knife sticking out of the back of it. Another knife in the back. We learn now it was some social media, like some planned get-together and a fight. Now we think we have an accused anyway, and we went and got him out of mom's house. What did he do again, said the mom. What do we know now about this Riverton stabbing?
Well, the knife was actually flung in a nearby yard, according to court documents. But yeah, we do have the coroner's office, the autopsy saying kid died of this stabbing. I don't know. I don't know where to start, Jake. It's oh, they're gonna hate me. This is my hometown. I love it.
Yeah.
I was raised here, but you do not go ramble the streets at a certain hour and plan fights. It's horrible. I don't know what more to say about that one, and it's ongoing. So I am grateful to Dale killing Beck, because I had this. Okay, so we have this decedent on the road. We have this death investigation. I'm there. I actually got warned for climbing the Honor Farms fence.
Oh.
Like, they're gonna declare that's trespassing. I was like, well, let's see if a DOC staffer comes out here and tells me to get down. And they're like, you could go to jail if they do want you trespass. So don't climb the prison fence and expect it to turn out okay. I was like, okay, well.
Claire,
but anyway,
did you explain you once climbed a nearby roof in order to get a better look at it?
They know.
You're all about climbing.
Aware.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Climbing up the hillside into the Green River Tunnel was warned for trespassing that time as well.
There's nothing you won't do to get the story, but yeah.
Well, there are things I will not do. But trespassing is, anyway, where am I going? So I have this piece of the patched together death investigation going on August 23rd, where I went to the scene, and then I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I was checking with the sheriff's office. No one's in custody. And like, where did this person vanish? And then Dale Killingbeck on last Wednesday was like, oh, look, I have I have a standoff arrest situation. They're shutting down businesses and they're evacuating people. And then there's this mom saying, turns out my kid's wanted for murder. And so Dale just happens to snag the very showy warrant arrest. I'm very grateful to him. Complete combination of happenstance and Dale's diligence.
Yeah.
But anyway, so then I was like, oh, there's my defendant. And the sheriff's office waited till Friday to confirm. And when I read the court document, I understood that wait better because they interviewed him Friday.
And just like Fremont County SO and RPD, who did a good job piecing this together, I don't know how they ever tracked it to 22-year-old Alex Behan, but they did, and went knocking at his house door, and they think this is the guy. Riverton teen killed after Snapchat feud. This story from Claire McFarland with a little help from Dale, piecing it together same way law enforcement was doing. The plane crash. Oh, just horrible, horrible. I did look up a little bit more. There's other news sources that tell us a little bit more about the sole victim. The other three are not probably in great shape. All air flighted. Mom, dad, a son, and the daughter, the 13-year-old.
Did they confirm whether it was mom and dad?
I'm pretty sure I saw a Billings news source that explained a little bit more about dad, who has flying experience. He's not just like a, amateur pilot. Like, I think he flew once for Bighorn Aviation, got paid to fly professionally. So the plane, I heard the plane's super old and might have been at max payload, like max weight. For a plane that old, it just didn't probably have the thrust to get up over the Bighorns. It was only at less than 7,000 feet, according to the Flight Aware. Is the highest it achieved? Yeah.
Let me see. I might still have that open.
Short 8 minutes in the air, and it just never gained enough altitude. It looks like
topped out at 65 hundo, 109 miles an hour, 8-minute flight.
Yeah.
Sometimes with these flight trackers, you can see like a plane just go like every direction before it crashes. But this one didn't. It's headed west, and then it's all of a sudden pivoting southwest, and then it's done. It was, 8 minutes. Who knows? It had made that flight multiple times, like in the last week, though. It had made that flight. This plane often would go from Sheridan to Idaho. Multiple times.
Yeah. This Boise area family, from what I understand, Amelia Palmer, kind of a rodeo star on the Treasure Valley circuit. She was like a mini queen, runner up to Miss Junior Rodeo. Just terrible tragedy. And at what condition were the other three? There must have been, critical enough. They were all life flighted, I think, to Billings, two of them anyway. Any word on how they're doing?
Not so far this morning.
And then finally, Claire, can we talk about the cloud seeding? We were seeing a real inclination from state lawmakers to take a close look at cloud seeding, certainly for the money it costs and then for the results. Is it working? There was the legislation. What did they decide last session? They didn't want to fund it anymore because we wonder, is it worth the money? Does it even work? And do we even have a baseline anymore to judge this on? Now we just want to outright ban it?
Oh boy. Okay. So what was that last Wednesday night? I worked late to cover. Okay. So I was like, look, they're talking about, who is at my house? They're talking about cloud seeding in the legislature. That'll be fun. Oftentimes these interim topics at these meetings take a couple hours and you get a briefing and then you're going to write the thing and find out what they did with the bill. Oh no, this was much more complex because we had the cloud seeding people like environmental impacts are negligible. There are water gains that we can see there, but we need more. We need more money, more time, more patience to really flesh this out and study this and see what this can do for Wyoming. So here we go. And then on the other side, you have people like, no, it's dangerous. It's toxic. It's tied to this super ominous. I wish I understood this better. Actually, I worked till like 9:30 that night, and I was thinking about Renee Jean the whole time because she's actually a scientist. Yeah. And I was like, Renee would know.
Whether like
what to make of
silver iodide and whether that's bad for the environment, bad for water. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I was like, and then to make matters worse. Okay. So, I mean, it's not the worst. It's not the worst breach of transparency because this is very, very, very new, very seedling level of the legislation. But so Representative Schmid was like, these are the proposals that I want us to tell LSO to draft. So it's not like the big, we're adopting this as a committee bill vote. It's a very early vote. But so the proposals weren't in the public meeting materials. I didn't have them. I had zero idea what they said. So I was like, okay, it'll be okay. They're going to talk about them. They talked about 2 of the 3. They talked about the 2 proposed bills, but not the proposed joint resolution, which usually takes the form of a letter to Congress. Like, please do this for us that we can't do for ourselves. And so I was like, I don't know what we just voted to draft. It's like the committee majority was like, yeah, let's draft all 3. Boom. And so I texted Representative Schmid was good enough to text me back. I was writing the story by then, but and tell me what the joint resolution proposal said. So I was lost. It was 9:30. I was like, I cannot solve the weather woes today, but I'm going to get this story out, which it did.
But you got the general idea is lawmakers seem to be souring on the whole cloud seeding during their session. They're like, we're not spending any more money on it, which effectively kind of kills it. But now they even further along that line of thinking, they're just saying, let's just ban it because there is concern whether it's environmentally friendly or if it even works But whenever you do stories like that, oh my goodness, they really resonate with readers because it gets to the whole chemtrail thing. And here they come, the comments. And
I realize I need to dig into this. I don't know. I know my mama reposted this story. So, maybe I should start with her, but I have no idea. I've not gone down that particular rabbit hole, and I should. And I should start by talking to Renee.
Yeah, be careful treading in the whole cloud seeding because you're going to bring out the chemtrail people, and then you're really knee deep in it.
I mean, are the chemtrail people on it? Something like I haven't even dug far enough to know.
Right.
I need to, but I don't want to discount anyone at this point because I'm just like, there's so much passion on both sides of this debate.
It's the third rail of environmental journalism stories. This whole cloud seeding. Okay, one last thing. Let's. Do you want to talk about? You pick. Let's. Claire decides. The FBI, the agents. We saw some kind of huge law enforcement thing at work on the Wind River Reservation. Initially, we thought it was ICE. Turns out it's FBI. Just doing what Darren Smith said he was going to do. Go scorched earth. Or do you want to talk about the judge that awarded nearly $1 billion for the botched baby delivery?
Oh my gosh. You're making me choose. Let's talk about the reservation because I grew up very close to the border of it. So Darren Smith does this big press release or press conference, Thursday, I believe, like
Friday.
Hey everyone, here's Friday. Yeah. Then people were seeing the federal SUVs milling around the reservation. They're like, it's ICE, it's the National Guard helping ICE, this is going on. And that's so the rumor for years was Mexican drug cartels are active on the Wind River Reservation. That was a rumor for years. And in news, you hear like, oh, you got to blow this open, blah, blah, blah. And then here this past, spring, the FBI in conjunction with ICE announced the arrest of a guy, surnamed Duarte, first name can't remember it this second, saying probable cartel ties.
Yeah.
He's since been sentenced, but and so everyone was like, I knew it! I freaking knew it! The things they've been saying for years were in the news. And so it was a huge moment. And so that's why the gossip about ICE on Thursday, right? Like, okay, now that we know there's probable Mexican cartel activity here, that must be it. But FBI, seeing the chatter probably online, was like, no, that's not it. It's an FBI operation. Turns out 90. I later talked to the spokeswoman, Lori. She was like, no, it was 100. But they said 90 at the press conference, so I went with that. Later presser said 100. Either way, that's a crap ton of FBI agents.
Yeah.
Where am I going with this? The reservation is a completely different beast in crime coverage because they don't get to elect their prosecutor, right? Like they can vote for the Fremont County attorney, but the prosecutor that handles felonies on the res is appointed. It's nominated by the president, as Darren Smith has been. And so there's that. They also don't get to elect their law enforcement. Like I get to vote for sheriff. They get to vote for sheriff too, but the chief law enforcement on the reservation handling felonies is the federal government, is the BIA, is the least transparent agency of any that I work with ever.
Yeah.
Like there was like a BIA agent involved in a car collision incident thing. And there were rumors at the time, this past winter, fall, that there was possible misconduct. And I've never got anything out of anyone.
The BIA is, and when you add that to the mix, BIA and how they operate, it just adds a complexity, But it's no secret. I mean, drugs on the res, So 100 agents just looking for fentanyl, meth, and getting it out of there.
You combine things. You combine the reservation has really different property scheme, what I would call a really weakened property rights aspect. You combine that with the lack of local control that I have just described, with not being able to elect your prosecutor, your sheriff. You combine that with a lack of transparency that comes with a lack of local control, and you have issues that are, that play out in heartbreaking ways, and that transparency could perhaps help us get a leg up on, but isn't going to solve the entire issue, no matter how loud I bark about it.
And it makes it newsworthy when 100 feds show up in some kind of sweep. Like, it doesn't happen every day.
It does not happen every day. Nope.
All right, Claire, we're going to roll out of here on a Wednesday. Have a great day.
Thanks, you as well.
Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back with Amy McCarthy. She runs the Teton Raptor Center right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Wednesday. Amy McCarthy is with us on the show. Amy is fresh off last night. You didn't stay up late, did you, at the awards ceremony?
Later than I usually do.
I hear you. My bedtime doing this show anymore is like 8 o'clock. After 8, I'm like getting sleepy.
Exactly, and it's getting darker earlier. So
I know we're losing more than an hour in the month of September of daylight. Where does the time go? Teton Science School, they awarded Rob Wallace. We heard about that in the Cowboy State Daily with Conservation Award, and also recognized Amy Brennan McCarthy for her work at Teton Raptor Center. You're a local legend award. That's so cool and deserve it, I can say.
Well, thanks, Jake. Yeah, it was very touching and a bit shocking.
Thanks for being on. Now, let's get people familiar. Those of you not in the Teton County area, I guess you have a reasonable excuse not to know Teton Raptor Center, if that's the case. TetonRaptorCenter.org. You can find it on the interwebs to learn more, but let's learn from Amy, who is the CEO. Teton, I love Teton Raptor Center. I love birds. Who doesn't? 1991, we come up with the idea of what was going to be the Teton Raptor Center. By 1997, it was an official nonprofit, I believe. You finally got a space. 2017, Hardeman Barnes. Take us through the whole what has become Teton Raptor Center from the beginning.
Sure. Well, we're so grateful to Roger Smith and Margaret Creel, a husband and wife team of biologists, educators, and two people with huge hearts who became the go-to couple in our community when people found injured, ill, or orphaned birds of prey in our community. And they took them in at the time in the early 90s into their home and did what they could with at that time, gauze tape and some mice they stored in their freezer to try to get those birds back to the wild. A couple birds that couldn't, and you probably remember Jake Owley, the great horned owl. She was our matriarch ambassador bird. We had Ruby the red-tailed hawk, and we still have, at 20 years old now, Gus the golden eagle. And all three of those original avian ambassadors lived at Roger and Margaret's house for some time until we had the wonderful opportunity in working with the Jackson Hole Land Trust to create a home of our own. And that's when the Little Teton Raptor Fund, and that's truly what it was, a little fund at the Community Foundation of Jackson Hole back in the earliest days, became Teton Raptor Center. In 2008, we leased the Hardeman Barns and Meadows and created a place where we could advance raptor conservation and begin a journey that included education, rehabilitation, and research.
I want to talk about those three components. Let's start with the actual wildlife conservation, rehabilitation, the roots of it, the soul of Teton Raptor Center. Somebody finds an injured raptor, an osprey is laying along the highway. It's been hit, What do? They may call you if they know to do that. They'll call 911. They may call Game and Fish. Game and Fish probably calls you because you are the ones who fix these birds up if they can be fixed up. And yeah, how do we get the birds to you? What's the process?
Yeah, the process is if you find an injured, ill, or orphaned raptor in Wyoming, call us directly, 307-203-2551. We host a raptor hotline, so we are a resource there, and we work greatly in partnership with Wyoming Game and Fish. We also work with Idaho Fish and Game and service raptors in a core area of eastern Idaho because the birds don't know the state boundaries, and we are here to help, only 12 miles from the state line.
It's on the website, Found an Injured Bird. That's easy enough if you're on the interwebs. And then the rehabilitation, you've got experts, Bedrosian, you got all kinds of experts that you get, you x-ray birds, you got, vets and technicians, and you figure out how to get them back. I love this space where they can practice flying to see if, is this bird ever going to, can be released back into the wild, and they're tethered and they fly in the whole process. And hopefully we get them to a place where you can do one of these releases, and they are glorious to witness, to watch a bird take flight and get back out there doing its bird thing. That is so cool, Amy.
It is really cool. It's literally uplifting, and we are a very fortunate organization to have garnered community support locally and nationally to do it. And we have been able to create spaces that enable us to get these birds back to the wild, to give them a second chance. And we do that in a clinic that's on site. We are now able to do surgeries on site, and we do have a flight barn space that allows birds to hasten their recovery because of this beautiful structure where they can actually be untethered and move around as much as they want. And we test them for flight and also for their ability to hunt before they go back to the wild.
And what's come alongside this whole rehabilitation is the education and outreach, and it's gotten more and more robust over the years. I don't know, maybe you got to a point where you're like, okay, this hawk is never going to be able to be released. We're going to have to babysit this thing its whole life. Let's bring it down to the local elementary school. But I mean, your outreach education is these kids see these birds and their eyes light up. That's become a huge part of what you're doing at Teton Raptor Center.
It's an enormous part of our work. It's the avenue where we can take what happens in the field and bring that into the classroom. We can take what happens in the clinic and do the same thing. So education is the portal to inspiring hearts and minds. And the beautiful thing is that, yes, we can do that with second graders, but we do that with all ages because we're able with the ambassador birds to get people at arm's length from an eagle, from hawks, from falcons, owls.
Golden Eagle is not small. That thing must have a dedicated van to drive it around. They are huge. And that's, and that's the fascinating thing about getting up close with our feathered friends. We never can get that close to them in the wild to see the size of their claws. That kind of stuff that could change young minds about their attitude towards wildlife in general.
Yeah, well, our aim is to help inspire all minds. And our work, I think, is to enhance people's wild encounters. So like you just said, Jake, we're able to bring people up close with raptors, but our desire is that once they have that touch in, that they can go back out and travel the amazing landscape of the greater Yellowstone and see more birds and look up and discover and have wonder and appreciation.
We're talking to Amy McCarthy, CEO of Teton Raptor Center, recent recipient of Local Legend Award. They just had the award ceremony last night, Teton Science School. That last component, research. What's going on in research? What exactly are you doing there? Is this relatively new? How do you fund it? But research, another important component.
It is integral to everything we do. Understanding what birds need to survive and thrive in the wild happens from this field research and happens because of investment in long-term studies. Just studying something for a year isn't giving us the information that we need. So our team has been out there now for decades doing that work all across the state of Wyoming. A lot of the very, very important research that is going on in Wyoming on golden eagles is emanating right out of Teton Raptor Center. Our team actually right now is doing flights in eastern Wyoming, looking at golden eagle nests and understanding what this species that calls Wyoming home. Wyoming is truly the nexus for golden eagles. And if what we do here is going to matter for what happens for golden eagles everywhere.
You mentioned golden eagles. Of all these iconic birds of prey, we think of eagles, bald eagle, and we know, its history, and it seems to be back, as far as from the whole DDT, and bald eagle now looks robust. Its population, osprey, we see them all the time, hawks, red-tailed hawks. But what with the golden eagle? Are they in trouble?
They are on the brink if we don't activate and continue to move forward on conservation strategies that are going to sustain them. And that's the work of Teton Raptor Center. You mentioned Brian Bedrosian. He's our conservation director. He is the lead on golden eagles. You should invite him onto the show and do a whole section on golden eagles exclusively. And it could be a series. There's so much to learn, to know, and to do to help that species.
Here locally, where Teton Raptor Center is based in Teton County, we have this huge annual giving celebration. It's called Old Bills, and that's one way to fund. Teton Raptor Center always does well with old bills, like kids with their $5, and they wanted to go to Teton Raptor Center. But there are other ways to give. How do we give? How do we help the funding? I mean, we can get on the website and click, right?
Yeah. Thanks for teeing that up. And Old Bills, absolutely. That is the spirit of community here and philanthropy. And Teton Raptor Center has for a long time been a great beneficiary of that event, along with so many other influential, important, impactful community organizations. But to help Teton Raptor Center, can volunteer. It's giving time, talent, or treasure. We need them all. We are only able to operate in the way that we do and with the needs that we have in caring for live wildlife 365 days a year through an active and engaged core of volunteers. So volunteering is a pathway to support. You can make a gift online. You can come out and join a program. You can come to our nature shop. All the proceeds from those types of experiences go back to support the birds and raptor conservation.
Very cool. Amy Brennan McCarthy joins us, recognized for her leadership in advancing wildlife conservation and science-based community programs on the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem. TSS awarded her the Local Legend Award. Just last night they had the award show. What did you get? A belt buckle? Statue?
I received just an abundance of warmth from a place that is really, really, really special to me, because it's actually where I embarked on my conservation journey here in the Valley at Teton Science Schools. I was in the inaugural year of what was known then as the pre-program, the Professional Residency in Environmental Education in 1994. It went on to be called the Graduate Program, and it has had a tremendous influence on my life and the relationships that I have here, my connection to place. And I also spent 5 years working at the Murray Center in its early days. So between that special place, those great programs, the Teton Science Schools, it was a really meaningful recognition, and I was very touched. And I received a beautiful woodblock print from the Olaus Murray collection. I think you may know Olaus Murray. I always refer to as a Renaissance man. He was a scientist, of course. He was a great wilderness advocate, but he was also a writer, a painter, an artist. And both Olaus and Marty are two very inspiring people for me.
Yeah, Murray's legendary around here, and a return home of sorts for Amy McCarthy. That's pretty cool. CEO of Teton Raptor Center. Find out more, tetonraptorcenter.org. While you're there, click on the right links and send them a whole bunch of money, and they'll put it into birds.
We will. That's exactly what we'll do.
They'll give wing to it. It'll take flight. Thanks, Amy, for being on. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Jake.
All right, we got to take a quick break on the show, and we'll be right back. We're going to talk Wyoming football, Cowboy football with Jared Petrino next.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake continues here on a Wednesday. That means Jared Petrino's with us. Jared was in the Zoom room and now has gone AWOL. It's like having the guy in the huddle and you say, okay, this play is designed for you. Jared, where'd you go? We're going to talk Cowboy football. We blanked Akron last week. They scored 10-0. That's the good news. Defense, which had the most question marks going into last week, I think, looked really, really good. Offense showed flashes of brilliance. Jared, where are you at? I was talking to Amy McCarthy, and Jared was in there ready to go. And now I can't find him. Should we go instead to... I don't want to talk about Cowboy football unless Jared's with us. We could maybe switch to this day in history. We haven't had a chance to do that. As I mentioned before to... Who was I talking? I was talking to Wayne Hiley. Until just very recently, Wayne Hiley was managing director, CEO of Peninsula Energy. That's the Australian firm that's behind Lance Uranium, a huge uranium project in Wyoming. World-class deposits. Big deal in uranium for sure. And I told Wayne, I said, did you know this day in history, uranium was first discovered in Wyoming? This very day that we have you on the show. Isn't that weird coincidence? It was 1918, on this day in history, that uranium was first discovered in Wyoming near Lusk. And we had one listener chime in saying, what was it used for in 1918? And I did ask Wayne, and he said nothing. I said, until we develop nuclear energy, and I've been saying nuclear wrong. I know. I had another listener reach out saying, I cringe every time you say nuclear. Nuclear. I just can't say it. Me and President Bush can't say that word right. You know what I'm talking about. I'm trying. I say nuclear, and that's not right. Nuclear. Until nuclear energy, until the United States wanted to build a bomb, uranium just sat there doing nothing in the ground. We recognized it was uranium, on this day in 1918, but we didn't do anything with it. There was nothing to do with it until we developed nuclear power. Wayne said so. So isn't that, it's just so weird how those two things came together. This day in history, and then a uranium expert on the show. Also on this day, 1865, Colonel Nelson Cole, with troops from Missouri, engaged the Sioux, Arapaho, and Cheyenne on the Dry Fork in the Powder River Basin. Big dust-up this day in 1865. 1876, the Wyoming Weekly Leader, big story on the front page, reported that a shipment of oysters was to arrive soon. And remember, Wyoming, a landlocked state, and to get an oyster from wherever it come from, presumably in the ocean, to Wyoming, that was a big deal in 1876. We didn't have FedEx flying it in twice a day like Jackson Hole. So a shipment of oysters to the landlocked state of Wyoming was huge news in 1876 on this day in the Wyoming Weekly Leader. 1885, Wyoming Territorial Governor Francis E. Warren visited Rock Springs. He was there the day after the riots. We just talked about that yesterday. The riots, the massacre of Chinese workers. It was white miners versus Chinese rail workers. And Wyoming Territorial Governor Francis E. Warren made a personal visit to see what the heck going on there in Rock Springs. 1916, Cheyenne State Leader newspaper declared in big headlines, the 8-hour day becomes law. It was this day in 1916, which I believe in 1916, September 3rd was Labor Day then. And on Labor Day, we get the first official 8-hour day becoming law. That happened in 1916. 1920, Alonzo Stepp was appointed the postmaster of Fontanelle, Wyoming. He was an area rancher at the time. Now, what is remarkable about Alonzo, or you can call him Lon, as his friends did, is he was black. 1920, a black rancher in Wyoming. Yep. He's super well educated, Kentucky born. Alonzo Stepp was college educated, classical education, immigrated to Wyoming with his wife, who he met in college. And he became postmaster on this day of Fontanelle. He slowly bought ranch land. He was a noted rancher at the time. And in fact, he tried to fight the government when they decided to create the Fontanelle Reservoir in 1963. They condemned property, including the Steps Ranch. He obviously lost that battle, as Fontanelle Reservoir was put in place, flooded, and his ranch is now underwater, as they say, literally. But Alonzo Stepp, this day, 1920, appointed postmaster of Fontanelle. All right, let's move to the Zoom room, talk to Jared Petrino. Jared, what's happening?
How we doing, Jake?
I'm doing good. I don't know if I'm doing as good as Coach Sauvel. Boy, watching him do an interview, it's just so cringe. He's got to get better at his interviews, man. Where are my notes? What did this? Sauvel had a classic quote from his interview. What did he say? Oh, yeah. We are going to play well because we need to play well. All right. Of all the statements, the offense had flashes of brilliance last week. I mean, I know that's an outlandish statement for a team that scored 10 points, but there were moments where where Caden Anderson looked good. Chris Durr is for real. We need to see more of Sargent on the outside in the wide receiver room. And we got to find another running back besides Sam Scott. You can't just give Scott the ball on every play. Like, where are the other running backs in the room? But the offense, what do you think? What's your assessment?
Yeah, I think look at their stats. I mean, having over 400 yards of offense is always a good thing. So I think they just, where they failed is in the red zone and on the critical downs, fourth and short. The coach went for it a couple of times, which I like those calls, to be honest with you. I like those decisions.
Yeah.
And just unfortunately weren't able to convert those. And that's something that they got to do a better job of. And I know that's going to be a major point of emphasis this week going into this first home game. But, moving the ball, I thought they were efficient. I thought, there were some missed throws. I thought Caden maybe until he got settled in there. But like I said, again, first time ever starting a season opener. So, I'm hoping he learns a lot from that. And I think offensively they learn a lot. And I hope, the old coaching cliche is that the team gets better from week 1 to week 2, and hopefully offensively we see that. So I think those are some things that'll be stressed this week at practice.
Yeah, coach did say, a lot of yards gained, but a lot of stalled drives. I think there were 3 for 7 on third and shorts. I mean, you got to convert those. Defense, though, I think coming in, we didn't know what kind of defense we were going to have. A lot of new faces. Was our defense that good, or the Zips that bad?
I think it was exciting to see the team speed on defense. You definitely saw guys flying around, playing with confidence. Usually when you see a team playing fast, it's because they know what they're supposed to be doing from a schematic standpoint. So that's a great job by the coaches and getting the message to the players. I don't know how good Akron was. I thought the quarterback actually was pretty good. And you go back and watch the film, some of those misfires, I think some receivers were pulling up and they didn't want to deal with our linebackers or our safeties or corners. They were hearing footsteps in a little bit. So I know some of those throws looked off, but I thought we tackled in the open field very well. I thought we got after the quarterback with 4-man rushes and sometimes 3-man rushes, which is when you can do that, that's really exciting. Because I know Coach Moorhead there at Akron can do a lot of can formation you pretty good, and so I thought they handled that all pretty well. And it just went back to, there was a time in that game, late in the third. I think it was late in the third, and there's like, oh, here we go again, type of deal. We get a turn, we give the ball up, they drive down, and then we make a big play in the red zone and get an interception. So that's good to see. I think those are things that can only just keep adding fuel to the confidence meter for not just the defense, but everybody on that sideline. So it's not going to be the same old story like it was possibly last year. So.
Jared, we're coming home now. Home opener this weekend, 2:00 game with the Northern Iowa Panthers, who beat Butler last week, 38-14. What do you feel like there's any sense that we got to make the War a difficult place to play? We got to take home field advantage back and make this a nasty place to come for opponents.
100%. I think Coach hit on that in his presser. Is you look at that game at Akron last week, if anybody you guys watched it on TV, I mean, you could count how many people were in the stands, and you just can't take it for granted what kind of home atmosphere we get. And Coach and the Cowboys know it's their responsibility to make sure it is an exciting product and getting people to make that drive down to Laramie and come watch games, but make it that home field advantage. 2023 we were 6-0 at home, and then last year we were 1-5, I think. So. Yeah. And 1-4, we were 1-4 with 5 of those games. We were 1-4 with one score. There was a 1-score difference in the score. So you look at those games that were super close, losing to Utah State late, losing to Idaho, losing to Boise State with 17-13. I mean, people don't want to come to Laramie. Boise State doesn't want to come to Laramie. Nobody wants to come to Laramie. It's one of the visiting coaches' biggest fears is getting there. Now, you and I, they're a lower level. They're excited to come to Laramie because they get to play up, right? So sometimes these games are tough because these guys are trying to prove a point and have a chip on their shoulder. But I think, Coach, that's the biggest thing. New stadium, all the renovations are pretty much almost done now. The club seating's in, the new press box is in. And now it's time to kind of get a new taste in our mouth at home and getting that bad taste from last year. And I think Coach really wants to start off on the good foot this and going 1-0 and having our first win at home this weekend.
Yeah, new look, a nice glow up for the War, and we're going to brown out, we're going to gold out, whatever it takes, and we're going to make it. We're going to make Northern Iowa wish they never come by Laradice. Jared, thanks so much. I'm excited for this Saturday, 2:00 kick. Have a great Wednesday.
All right, see ya.
Cowboy State Daily. We got to bust out of here for news. That's now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. An 18-year-old Campbell County man who stabbed his mother in the back last summer was sentenced Tuesday to between 20 and 30 years in prison for attempted second-degree murder. Tharl Smith and his mother Carla had an argument the night of June 10, 2024 at their home in rural Campbell County. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when Carla went to bed that night, Tharls stabbed her in the back with an 8-inch blade, breaking her shoulder blade and puncturing her lung.
The defense attorney said he's never seen a family dynamic like this before. He reportedly urged his mother to go to bed. There'd been arguing. There's this waiting, and then he stabs her in the back. But then, according to the defense attorney, while they were waiting for medical personnel to arrive, he actually held her in his arms. So it's just this tormented family situation where the judge actually, when he was going through the two sides of the story, he just sighed.
At the time of the incident, Tharls was 4 months shy of his 18th birthday and had already been committed to multiple mental health institutions. Across Wyoming's sagebrush country, greater sage grouse hens are busy fattening up their chicks before winter sets in. At the same time, the Trump administration is moving to finalize plans for how the bird is managed in Wyoming and across the West. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the plan proposed by the Bureau of Land Management is drawing praise from state leaders along with the oil and gas industry, while evoking concern from some working to protect the species.
The governor's office has been advocating for this. It shows the result of a lot of collaboration between Fish and Game and the industry and BLM and others who have tried to figure out a way to balance the needs of the oil and gas industry with the needs of this wonderful species. Now, there are conservationists who are really crying foul here, that they believe that the habitat's running out and any kind of future development can threaten the future of these wonderful birds.
The comment period for the Resource Management Plan amendment begins September 3rd and runs through early October. The winter of 2022-2023 took such a ghastly toll on some of Wyoming's premier mule deer herds that some hunters opted out during the following hunting season. Now they're expressing cautious optimism for fall of 2025. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's 2025 hunt forecast offers some hope for mule deer hunters.
Their hunting forecast says things are getting a little bit better, but numbers are still down kind of in many key areas around the state. There are still a lot of hunt areas around the state where they have point restrictions, which means you're not allowed to shoot a buck that doesn't have a certain number of points per side on their antler. The herds are still struggling in some areas. Some hunters are maybe going, okay, well, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll try to get a white-tailed deer. Maybe I'll just focus on elk.
Joey Fagel, president, CEO, and co-founder of the Muley Fanatic Foundation, said he's hopeful this hunting season will be a good one. Those deer that survived the huge winter kill had less competition for food once spring finally arrived, and the winters since have also been relatively mild. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The driver of a Ford Mustang was lucky to get off the Beartooth Highway without serious injuries Sunday after taking one of the many hairpin turns on the mountain pass way too fast. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi points out that the Beartooth Highway can be a harrowing enough driving experience at the posted speed limits, and speeding can quickly turn into a dangerous incident.
According to the driver who spoke to the recovery guy who I spoke to, he said that he just lost control of the vehicle, might have slipped the back wheels off of the edge of the pavement or something else happened. Either way, he started drifting and then he rolled and launched off of the pavement. Zach Beardall of Zach's Towing and Recovery said the guy's lucky that he fell off the highway at the spot where he did, because there was a spot where he could get caught. At other spots, if the same thing happened, you'd go sheer over the side of a cliff and then it'd be a much more tragic story.
Incredibly, the driver only sustained minor injuries. He was flown to a hospital in Billings, Montana and released later that day, but he was ticketed for reckless driving. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Wednesday, September 3. We just did This Day in History, where we learned a thing or two. Yeah, you might be educated. Listening to this show, you might become enlightened or better informed. That's just an added benefit. We don't guarantee that. We don't market that and promote that necessarily. Mostly we guarantee you'll have a few laughs and we'll entertain, but we will inform. Just by accident, every now and then, you might be informed, so watch out. Yeah, we did learn a few things about this day in history. Pretty cool. We learned about uranium, how do you mine it, how you enrich it, and how you shove it into a nuclear plant. That was so cool to hear from a uranium expert. Wayne Hiley was on the show. Wayne is, until earlier this year, was managing director and CEO of Peninsula. And that's the group that's leading the Lance Uranium Project in Wyoming. Up in northeast Wyoming. Big uranium play. Huge uranium play. It's got everybody excited about doing uranium again. It used to be a big deal back in the 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s. And then by, as Wayne explained, 1979, there was, of course, 3 Mile Island. By 1980, the uranium market was beginning a plummet as the American people just soured on uranium and everybody got scared of nuclear. And, you know, now, even then, I mean, the industry is run so safe. There's so many safety checks. I equate it quite simply when we're talking about nuclear energy compared to oil and gas or coal. These are the ways you create electricity, basically, or power. Is nuclear safer or less safe than oil and gas? All these methods of creating energy have their risks, but it's very, very pertinent to explain it as nuclear is like flying anymore. Flying an airplane as a means of travel. Statistically, the safest way to travel, at least safer than driving your car. Driving your car would be the oil, gas, and coal energy extraction, where more likely little things will go wrong. When things go wrong with flying, they go wrong bad. Like you can't have even a bolt come unloose on an airplane, or the implications are not good. Same with nuclear. You can't have even one little thing go wrong, or you release radiation in the atmosphere. Not good. But statistically, nuclear, the industry, is super, super safe. The record is there. The safety and environmental record. Wayne Hiley talked about it. Also, the recovery of uranium in Wyoming, base for the most part, is fairly low impact on the environment and the landscape. A lot of it is alkaline in situ recovery, which Wayne also explained what that is. You know, rather than mining, drilling deep into the earth, rather than big leaving big holes in the ground. It's pretty low impact how they do it, injecting fluids into the ground and then bringing the uranium up through a well. Then they dry it out into a yellow cake that's processed and enriched and fed to the nuclear plant, maybe TerraPower. Maybe that's how it's going to go down. Exciting news, though. Uranium is, market-wise, the free market, uranium's totally viable now to mine. We learned about what it's trading for per pound, and that's looking better. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was on. Talk about the latest school assessments, the results, and that's all trending up for Wyoming. Kids are getting smarter. Look out. I love this story from Renee Jean because I love Craig Johnson. I'm reading, where's my books? I'm reading Craig right now, his Longmire series. That's not one of them. And I haven't seen the TV show. I've watched a couple of the TV Longmires, but I love the books, and I love Graham Greene, the actor. And he just recently passed away earlier this week on Monday, 73 years old, long-time illness. Graham Greene, great actor, one of my favorites. I love everything he's in, every role, even when he plays the heavy, the bad guy. And he did play the villain, the recurring villain on Johnson's TV series Longmire, which is modeled after the books Longmire. Craig Johnson got a chance to meet Graham Greene. He'll never forget it. And Renee Jean talked about it in her latest story. Craig Johnson said that Graham Greene played Malachi Strand, a major recurring villain in the series, the Longmire series. Johnson said he played a really, really bad character, a really bad guy, which was kind of against the tide because Graham Greene is just so affable and friendly. He has great sense of humor. So it was kind of funny they decided to cast him in a role like that. Remember, this is not Craig Johnson did not have any say in how they cast his characters from his book, and he was probably surprised to see Graham Greene's going to be the bad guy. What? How's that going to work? But Craig said, yeah, he was truly frightening in that role. He brought everything to bear, Craig said, and did a great job. And Craig Johnson said he avoided, during shooting, they would come and shoot in Wyoming every now and then. He'd say, you know, they'd come out, they'd fly in this actor, and he would do his parts, and then he'd be gone in like a day or two. So I never knew who would be on set when. And also, Craig said, I didn't like to bother them. I didn't want to go down there while they're I didn't want to be that kind of guy, that author who's like, wants to micromanage everything. Like, I want to let them do their thing. But he just happened to be visiting. Lou Diamond Phillips said, hey, Graham Greene, aren't you a big fan of Graham? He's shooting today, scheduled to shoot today. So Johnson's there on set, and Lou Diamond Phillips says, you want to meet Graham Greene? I mean, I know you love Graham Greene. Come on and meet him. And Craig said, no, he's getting ready to do a scene. I can't, I can't bother him right now. And Lou Diamond Phillips said, no, it wouldn't be bothering him at all. And it's so cool to see actors. Some actors, it would bother them. Some actors, they have to get so into character. They have to get all deep into some mindset that they do not want to be bothered. Remember that actor that had that huge blow up at an intern? I think she was like delivering coffee and he went berserk. He was like a total jerk. I'm going to have to Google that. I want to remember who that was. He played Batman. It was during Batman, right? And he just went off like a total a-hole. Actor who, I'll say flipped out. That's an old term. You don't hear that anymore. Actor who flipped out on set. Let's see if it gets to the right guy who I'm thinking of. Yeah, Christian Bale. That's him. July 2008, Christian Bale filming an intense scene in New Mexico for the film Terminator Salvation. The film's director of photography, Shane Hurlbut, walked into Bale's eye line and the actor proceeded to humiliate him and lecture him. Oh, I thought it was like this female intern who was delivering coffee and he went crazy. Maybe that was somebody. Maybe that was Joaquin Phoenix who did a similar. 10 actors who infamously stormed off set while filming. Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix is kind of a touchy guy, but Christian Bale's the one I remember because they had somebody had the outtake, and he just went off on set because somebody blew his train of thinking. But some actors are not like that. Some actors can turn it on and off like that. Like 1 minute they can be laughing and joking with the director or whoever, and the next minute when they say, take, action, they snap into character. And they're so good. So Lou Diamond Phillips obviously knew Graham Greene. He knew Graham's one of those guys that you can just walk up, shake hands, meet him, and then 2 seconds later, the director says, action, and Graham's right into character. So that's what Lou said to Craig Johnson. He's like, no. You won't be bothering him. He's just getting ready to do his scene. And Craig's like, exactly. I don't want to. That's the last time I want to. He won't be bothering him at all. So he brings him up there and introduced, and they had a nice exchange, apparently, as we learned from Craig Johnson. They joked around a little. Graham Greene's a real funny guy. They both have similar sense of humor. Graham said he actually read some of the books, some of the Longmire books, and what he really enjoyed most about them was the humor. And that made Craig Johnson feel really good to hear that, the humor worked. Writers, that's something you don't know. A comedian who works, comedy, a stand-up comedian, you have immediate reaction. You learn what jokes land and what doesn't. And you learn it pretty fast. And they either laugh or they don't. But as an author, when you have humor in the book, you got no one really to bounce it off of. Your editor will say, yeah, this is funny, or might make some notes on the manuscript. Not funny. Don't get it. Or they may say, oh, I laughed at this. But do you really know with the humor? And Craig Johnson said it was cool to learn from a guy who has a sense of humor, Graham Greene, that, what he liked most about the books was the humor. So what a great remembering a great actor, Graham Greene, a favorite of Craig's, favorite of mine, and Renee G with a story about how Craig Johnson, who wasn't sure about the casting, I don't know about that casting agent who made Graham Greene the bad guy, but it worked, and that just shows you what a great actor Graham Greene is. Good story. Check that out in the Cowboy State Daily. It's Renee Jean's story. Jackson Walker talks about Cheyenne residents and how some think it's unfair that they have to move their big giant RVs out of the street. Personally, I think they're wrong. This was controversial when it became law or became ordinance in Cheyenne. There was issues with a lot of people parking crap on the street. A lot of people didn't have room for their RV, their boat, their toys, and they would park it in front of their house, and it would take up a parking space. And then the next year, and then your neighbor did the same thing, and then the neighbor next to him did this. And pretty soon you got a whole street full of giant RVs. Nobody can park anywhere. It creates safety concerns because you can't see around these things. You ever come up to a stop sign and you're trying to see if somebody's coming the other way, but there's a big giant RV parked there and you can't see around them? You got to creep out in the intersection. Yeah, they are a safety hazard. Snowplow drivers. These RVs make it impossible to do your snow plowing right. So, they're a pain in the butt. Cheyenne City Councilman Scott Roybal believes RVs represent a safety hazard to drivers and snowplows. He was a key supporter of this ban, and now the ban retakes effect this Saturday. So I think Cheyenne City Council got it right. They told residents, you can't park your big RVs on the street in the summer, or you can in the summer when you're likely using them the most, summer's probably when you want access to your RV. You want to be able to jump in it and go for a weekend at Alcova or something, or you want to be able to go for a week or two on vacation. But when it comes wintertime, spring or fall, we don't want to see these RVs out there. They're a pain in the butt. So the ban takes effect. It's okay to park your RVs on city streets in Cheyenne from Memorial Day to Labor Day. 5 days after Labor Day, the ban takes effect. So this Saturday, no more RV parking. You'll be warned the first time by law enforcement. You'll get the verbal, move that big boat, move that RV, and then you'll start getting ticketed. Now, you can buy a special permit, a 5-day permit for $15, which lets you keep that RV out on the street for a week. We're talking about vehicles longer than 25 feet, 9 feet tall, 8.5 feet wide. No parking on city streets in Cheyenne. Jackson Walker has the story about that ban taking effect again this Saturday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues with a little bit of rodeo when we come back after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Back in studio, this story also from Jackson Walker. A rancher Paul Norfleet says it's nonsense that these wind and solar projects have any terrible effect on the land or animals and such. Paul Norfleet is one of dozens of Wyoming landowners partnering with Next Era Energy on new wind and solar projects near Chugwater. He says turbines and solar panels don't impact the landscape any more than cell towers, oil rigs, and transmission lines. He doesn't have a problem with it. Some say that these, wind turbines have a detrimental effect on wildlife or hurt the land or are just not fun to look at. The solar panels, both solar and wind are pointed at, accused of killing birds. Birds get cooked by solar panels, right? That's what we hear anecdotally. And birds definitely get smashed by wind turbine. But from where he sits, Paul Norfleet said that he sees cell towers, oil rigs, energy transmission lines, defunct missile silos. We all learned to live with those. It's the same thing. He's like, I don't see, he said, it takes a lot for something happening to bother me, he said. Norfleet is one of 30 landowners working cooperatively with Next Era Energy Resources. That's a Florida-based developer working to bring wind and solar projects to eastern Wyoming. That's the company behind the Chugwater Energy Project. And at least one rancher said, it just gives you more stuff to look at. He said, in this part of the country, there's nary a tree anywhere. And a wind turbine might give you a little bit of shade. In fact, he said, when he's out there, his dog would search out shade. He's got 13 total dogs. And he talked about, you see something out there on the landscape in this neck of the woods of Wyoming, and just to see something that throws shade is enjoyable. Norfleet said, if there's anything providing shade in this country, things are going to go behind it. There's so much land in this country, it's hard to affect animals that much. He's talking about wind turbine. He's actually seen, not only are animals not bothered by solar panels, for instance, he's seen animals actually attracted to them, that area, because of they may throw off some heat in the winter. He doesn't think there's a terrible impact to the whole wind and turbine energies. And interesting to get that perspective from Paul Norfleet. Good story from Jackson Walker that came out in the Cowboy State Daily the other day. Los Angeles Times reporting that workers at Yosemite and Sequoia National Parks have finally hit the tipping point, and through fear and anger are trying to unionize. Are starting to unionize. For 2 years, labor organizations have been trying to get employees at a trio of celebrated California national parks to unionize. They couldn't quite get critical mass going until recently. And now we get these DOGE cuts under the Trump administration. Mass firings, National Park Service employees back last February. Many of the employees were reinstated, but the damage was done. And Park Service employees, at least in these California parks, Yosemite, Sequoia, and Kings Canyon, they're nervous about the new administration. They're nervous about their jobs, and they want protection. So this summer, The scales have finally tipped after years of trying to get employees at these national parks to unionize. They have voted to do so. 97% of the employees at Yosemite, Sequoia, and Kings Canyon cast ballots, voted to unionize. That's more than 600 staffers. They include interpretive park rangers, biologists, firefighters, fee collectors. They're now represented by the National Federation of Federal Employees. I did not know you could unionize as a federal employee. I didn't. That's news to me, but they're doing it in California. After years of trying, the union has finally got a foot in the door. The National Federation of Federal Employees now represents the workers at 3 of California's most celebrated and highly visited national parks. That story from the LA Times. Let's do a little rodeo. Let's see what's going on with Will Rasmussen. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the Lewiston Roundup, the 91st edition of the Lewiston Roundup, where the mantra is She's Wild. So many major rodeos over Labor Day weekend, but the biggest one is Ellensburg, Washington, and we'll have those results for you from Central Washington on the Rodeo Roadshow coming up next.
Cattle producers Torrington Livestock Markets in Torrington, Wyoming had a strong sale this past Wednesday, August 27th, with record prices on yearling steers and heifers. Take advantage of this record cattle market and Torrington Livestock's cattle marketing experts in their upcoming annual Labor Day feeder special Wednesday, September 3rd, or their next regular feeder sale on Wednesday, September 17th. For more information or to consign cattle, call 307-532-3333 or visit torringtonlivestock.com.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
The bareback riding at Ellensburg, Washington was split 3 ways by a pair of fellas that are in the top 10 in the world. Cole Franks from Texas, Bradley Miller from Texas, and former champion of the world Jess Pope from Kansas. In the steer wrestling, reigning champion of the world J.D. Struxness from Minnesota strikes the iron in Ellensburg. Team ropers J.C. Yakwo from North Dakota and Ross Ashford from Texas win that coveted title. Saddle bronc rider Damian Brennan from Australia, who had a terrific weekend over Labor Day. He remains in the top 5 in the world, and he wins Ellensburg. He also wins the Magic Valley Stampede in Filer, Idaho. Cole Clemens, the tie-down roper from Florida, wins his specialty. In the barrel race, Summer Cosell from South Dakota wins the cloverleaf pattern event. Bo Peterson from Kansas, Martha Angeloni from Texas split the title at Ellensburg in the breakaway roping. And a rookie from Tennessee, 19-year-old Hudson Bolton, who is number 10 in the world right now in the bull riding, wins the bull riding event at Ellensburg. Looking forward to chatting with you tomorrow on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Wyoming mule deer numbers still down, but looks like trending up, all except for, I think, the Lander herd. Numbers in Wyoming's mule deer herds are still down, but finally bouncing back after the horrific winter kill in 2022-23 winter. That was a tough winter. Mule deer just devastated, especially that sublet herd and the Wyoming range herd. But they are both showing better numbers, doing much better coming back. Mule deer populations in the Lander region continue to languish just a little bit, but data indicates that Sublette and Wyoming range herds appear to be on the path of recovery, according to the Wyoming Game and Fish. So much so that there's optimism over this hunt season for mule deer. I still think we're a few years away from seeing, real successful hunts and getting back to a normal. But yeah, right now they're hunting season a little bit more optimistic. The Muley Fanatic Foundation hopeful, Joey Fagel, president and co-founder of the Muley Fanatic Foundation, said he's hopeful this hunting season will be a good one. Mule deer numbers on a slow rebound from that bad winter of 22-23. From mule deer to sage grouse, President Trump hopes to update the sage grouse rules that reignites debate over the controversial bird. For how many years now have land managers, conservationists, oil and gas industry all debated and balanced the needs of sage grouse with oil and gas energy development? Now the Trump administration hoping to finalize a plan supported by oil and gas producers. They like this plan better. It recognizes the new advancements in oil and gas, particularly horizontal drilling. It recognizes new things we now know about sage grouse, and it's a whole new plan. Cowboy State Daily reporting the story. David Madison has it, and it's encouraging. It's been many, many years. Bob Budd, the executive director of the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust, he's also former chairman of the Wyoming Sage Grouse Implementation Team. Bob Budd says, we've been working on this for, good Lord, probably 3 years. It's finally got to cross the finish line. It's just the consummation of a long process to address things in the 2015 plan that needed to be corrected or updated. Read more about that in the Cowboy State Daily. David Madison with the story. And one last word on that family that crashed the plane flying out of Sheridan. It was like an 8-minute flight. The plane never gained proper altitude, crashed on the Bighorns. And as reported by Claire McFarland, Cowboy State Daily has identified the 13-year-old victim. Unfortunately, that's the daughter of the family, Amelia. She was kind of a rodeo star. This is a Boise family. The dad is a skilled pilot, used to fly professionally, from what I understand, with a Bighorn Aviation. It's the Palmer family. 13-year-old Amelia Palmer was the sole victim. The other 3 family members injured severely. They were all airlifted to area hospitals, I believe, at least 2 of them to Billings. It's Amelia is the 13-year-old who was killed. There's Earl Palmer is the dad and the pilot, 54-year-old. Cindy, the wife, 53-year-old. She was airlifted to the trauma center in Billings, Montana, both in critical condition. 11-year-old Aaron Palmer transported to Sheridan Memorial Hospital by ambulance with minor injuries. So the Palmer family just devastated with this crash. It was a 1965-year-old Piper PA-28 airplane, a 4-seater, and I know Idaho Statesman gives the update on who the family members are, and I know from Montana's Mountain News that they had a pilot expert come on and say this is an old plane that does struggle with thrust and horsepower flying in the Mountain West and the high altitude flying. And the Piper PA-28 is a 4-seater, but he said 4 people and a full load of fuel on board makes this plane pretty heavy, and that may have contributed to the crash of the plane in the Bighorn Mountains. That story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. We'll be right back. We got special guest Darren Erickson joining us. We're going to do a little big rig mechanical repair. Yeah, and take you to tech school working on diesels right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Jake and Darren. Darren Erickson's with us. You may have read in the Cowboy State Daily about that collaboration that gives Wyo Tech students in Laramie hands-on experience with some pretty pricey, fancy, latest semi-tractor trailer trucks, Kenworth trucks. You know Kenworth. It's like the best truck out there, right, Darren?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Darren is the Kenworth Technical School Program Manager. So, Darren, thanks for being on the show. This program seems really, really cool when I read this. Is this the only school program that Kenworth does with this? Or do you do this around the country? Is Laramie, this one, the only one, Wyo Tech?
We do this around the country, both the U.S. and Canada. Currently, we're working with about 270 schools in North America. Having traveled to a lot of these schools to see how things are done, to see how students are educated, when we came across Wyo Tech, we knew we needed to get involved with that school.
Yeah, and I think you said it was like your favorite or one of the best, the way they're doing things, Wild Tech students. So this seems like a no-brainer. I don't know who thought this up, Darren, but it seems smart for Kenworth to invest in your own future. I mean, the diesel mechanics, you can't find a diesel mechanic. We know we need more. The industry we're running at a deficit of these kids. So let's train them up. Let's make these schools and let's make sure they're working on what they're going to work on. Tell me about what it is these kids are getting their hands on. These aren't your junker trucks. These aren't old ones. This is stuff rolling off the line now today with all the tech, all the bells and whistles, right?
You understand it well, yeah. With right now, I think the latest projections are there's about 40,000 job openings annually and just over 10,000 graduates coming out of training programs across the U.S. So there's a huge shortfall of trained technicians. And, the competition is really fierce, especially for those good students that we're looking for. So a lot of these technicians are hired before they get out of school. And it's our goal to build a relationship between these students and our dealers and get them trained in a way so that they can be productive when they arrive at the dealership on their first day.
Yeah, it's high demand diesel mechanic jobs with high pay. These are 6-figure jobs that they're going to get, some of them already knowing where they're going before they graduate. That's a fantastic program. I want to talk more about these trucks. We have a resident expert over-the-road trucker here at Cowboy State Daily, Daryl Orr. We talk to him often because I am blown away about what is in these trucks now. Forward-looking radar, forward-looking cameras. Daryl said, I don't even have a side view mirror anymore. There's no glass in this thing. It's all camera. It's unbelievable, the tech that's in these trucks just to make them safer and safer.
You're very true. You're very correct there. There are more systems on a modern semi-truck from Kenworth than you'd see in some of the higher-end cars out there on the road. Forward-looking radar, like you mentioned, adaptive cruise control so that the truck can lock in on the vehicle ahead of it. There's anti-rollover technology. You name it, these trucks have it. Forward-looking cameras, side-looking cameras, all that stuff. And, every one of those systems has its own computer that controls it. All those computers have to talk to each other. And then all the computers that control the powertrain, they have to operate in a specific way. And if any one of these has a problem or a fault, our technicians need to understand what's going on with the truck and what might need repair.
Man, and these are, boy, you think about, mechanics, these aren't, they're not all grease monkeys. Some of these kids are like IT guys, man. They're computer programmers. So what exactly are these kids learning at these trade schools like WildTech? Are they learning how a turbo works? Are they really getting greasy and dirty with the engine, the actual engine? Or are they trying to figure out where a computer has gone wrong and trying to, do some computer stuff, or both? Is it everything?
Well, they learn the core fundamentals through the school. And I'll tell you what, the first thing a technician does when a truck rolls into the shop is they plug their laptop into it and look with the service tool what's going on with all the computers and systems on the truck. So the Kenworth Essentials program that we're working with at WildTech provides the dealer level training to these students. So they can plug into a truck. We've provided trucks to WildTech so that they can practice this at school. They can plug into the truck, look at the service tool to understand what needs attention on the truck.
Probably our readers, our listeners read about this already in the Cowboy State Daily, but WildTech students in Laramie are getting hands-on experience with some $2 million worth of lineup of custom-built Kenworth trucks. Was this a tough sell to the higher-ups, Darren, to say, hey, some of the trucks we roll off, we're not going to sell them. We're going to give them to these trade schools so they can tinker with them? Or was this just a no-brainer? When did this come into being, and how difficult was it to convince the higher-ups that this is a smart program?
Well, there's a lot of checks and balances in a corporation like Kenworth. and money is spent cautiously and carefully. Now, having said that, they recognize the need for the dealer technician training to be out there in our schools. They recognize the value in partnering with WyoTech. Buying the high content trucks that we donated to the school and leasing the other trucks that we've got at the school, providing the engines, providing the tools, the service tools, all that gets reviewed. And it took a couple years to really pull it all together. So it's been a long process. We've had to prove out the efficacy of all these donations and the program work going forward. But everybody's on board. Everybody's very supportive of what's happening. And any of the Kenworth execs that have been out to the school are blown away by the facility, by the involvement of the instructors and the administrators, and of course by the students. Great group of students there.
Yeah, I mean, this program looks fantastic. We know trade schools, whatever the trade, are becoming more and more popular. Tell me about, are these skills these kids are learning, are they transferable to, dare we mention another manufacturer? Like, could they also work on a Peterbilt, which I think is under the, in with the Kenworth fold? That's like a distant cousin maybe, but yeah, we don't want to mention the bad guys or any of the competition, but what about a Peterbilt? Could they also fix one of those by the time they get out of here?
There's some similarities between the Peterbilt and the Kenworth chassis. Everybody's familiar with that. We offer Kenworth-specific training to the WyoTech students, so they are building familiarity with the Kenworth system, with the Kenworth vehicles themselves. They can take some of that knowledge to other dealers, but by building familiarity with the Kenworth product, by connecting these students with Kenworth dealers across the U.S. and Canada, we're trying to help build that relationship. And as long as the dealership is putting their effort in, we're doing great. And we're hoping to steer the best and brightest students towards the Kenworth dealership.
Have you actually had eyes on this facility in Laramie? You probably travel and you see them all these trade schools. I mean, that's what you do. We're talking to Darren Erickson, Kenworth Technical School Program Manager. How do you like, have you been to Laramie? Have you seen WyoTech? Do you like it? How does it stack up?
Absolutely. One of our dealers brought me there as a guest probably 4 years ago and really opened my eyes to what the facility was about. I've gone back there as a guest of other dealerships during the career fairs. And then in the last few years, we've had our own tables and booths at the career fairs. So we get a chance to meet the students firsthand, to work with the administrators and instructors. And I'm out there probably 3 or 4 times a year. But part of what Kenworth is doing here is we've provided a dedicated program manager that works directly with the school. And that program manager also does presentations to the students and instructors and provides one-on-one guidance to the students. So that's a big part of our effort. And the gentleman that does that, Bill Metzger, is a former WyoTech employee. So he knows the ins and outs of the administration there and has just done a tremendous job of helping put all this together.
Oh, that's great. I mean, to have a guy like Bill, yeah, that's pretty crucial. He lets the kids know exactly what they're in store for and what it's going to be like when they're getting paid to do this now. And he can have an eye out for the best and brightest and who's ready to roll right in and get one of these jobs in demand. How far out, Darren, you think this is where we're going to keep on needing diesel mechanics, diesel techs that can fix Kenworth? Not that these trucks would ever break, but we need mechanics to work on them. How far out do you think that will still be, the job is there when you want it?
The projections for the need for diesel techs go out 10 years plus.
Wow.
And with depending on what the economy does, sometimes people will hold on to trucks longer and they'll wear out. And they always need to have a technician who's able to fix and diagnose those issues. So either way, 10 years is a pretty reasonable estimate on the need for diesel techs.
Yeah, and the higher tech these trucks are getting, the more you're going to need like a computer genius to work on them and fix them. And don't worry, we're teaching them at WyoTech. I love it. I love this, everything about it, this collaboration between WyoTech students and Laramie, getting hands-on experience with actual Kenworth built trucks that they're going to be working on when they get that job. And that job's going to be ready for them soon after graduation, I think. Smart program, Darren. Genius.
Thank you. Much appreciated. It's been a big effort with some very, very good guidance from the WyoTech team as well. So super happy to be working with it.
All right. Give me a big air horn pull every time you see that Kenworth rolling down I-80. Thanks, Darren, for being on this Wednesday. Have a great day.
You bet. Thanks for getting the word out.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's going to almost wrap us up as we work our way through a Wednesday. Darren Erickson on the show, and you probably read the story about the new relationship between Kenworth manufacturers, Kenworth trucks, and WyoTech there in Laramie, the trade school that teaches kids how to be diesel mechanics, diesel techs. And talk about hands-on experience. They're not just working on any truck donated to them. They're working on actual brand new state-of-the-art Kenworths with all the tech, all the bells and whistles. So they're learning to fix what they're going to see when they get out there in the field. It's a great program. Love everything about it. What else we got to do today? I think we've just about wrapped up our show. Yeah. Wyoming Game and Fish. Oh, I did want to play the Wyoming Game and Fish report, but we're out of time. I do. We talked to Jared Vitrino. I'm excited for the Cowboy football game coming up this Saturday, 2 o'clock. The Pokes come home. We have got to defend War Memorial. That's our home turf. Last year was not good enough. Coach Sawvell talked about it in a press conference. And this Saturday begins, home field advantage begins a new era where we got to make it tough for opponents to come and play at 7,220 feet above sea level and make Laramie and Laramie's already an exciting place to go see football. We love going there, sporting the brown and gold, but for the opponents that come there, that's got to be a torturous place to play, and we got to make sure that is the case. 2 o'clock kick, it's going to be Northern Iowa. The Panthers come in at 1-0, so do the Cowboys. It should be a good showdown at the War. First home game of the year. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake wraps up this Wednesday. See you again tomorrow, same time. Have a great day. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.